How is everybody doing? Welcome back to another live stream on the channel. This is going to be the longest live stream I have ever done on my channel. We're going to be bringing you the FOMC live. I'll be bringing you the Fed rate decision. Are they going to hike rates? That is the big question. A lot of people are asking, what will it mean if they do end up hiking rates? Will it be a major move to the downside with markets? How deep could we go to the downside if that is the case? And secondly, if they hold the rates unchanged, what would that mean for risk on assets? Will we get a nice little move up? Because obviously some people would have been positioning themselves in case of the event of a hike. Just before Fed rate decisions, you get whales who will sell just to cover themselves, just to play it safe, just to be on the safe side. Because obviously if the Fed are to hike today, it could be a black swan event to some degree. It could be a 5 to 10% drop on Bitcoin if it's an unexpected hike. So a lot of the whales will sell leading into it, a couple days before, and then they will buy back in once they get the confirmation. And they're happy to play it that way because they're dealing with multiple millions of dollars as opposed to just a few $1,000s, right? So smash the likes up on the live stream. We'll be bringing you the FOMC. We'll be bringing you the decision in 10 minutes time. We'll also be bringing you the press conference from Warsh. I think the press conference is going to be particularly important because, it's not impossible they hike, but it's around a 26% chance according to Polymarket. But the real question is the next Fed decision in September. And some people are saying there's going to be absolutely no hikes this year. Some people are saying that they're going to hike in September and October. Some people are saying there's just going to be one hike this year. It's going to be really interesting to see what Warsh says in his press conference about future hikes and whether it is the base case that we should expect a hike this year. So smash the likes up on the live stream, guys. I appreciate all of you being here. We have 87 people watching. If every single one of you could hit the like button, that would be absolutely amazing. We'll be bringing you the decision in 9 minutes time. I'll be giving you my analysis on the market as well with the Bitcoin chart. Also be discussing what if, because that also looks primed for a massive move to the upside. And later on, we have a massive potential catalyst for Robinhood meme coins, including what if, as we have the earnings from Robinhood. That will be occurring in about 2 hours time. And then after the earnings, we have a earnings call, which Vlad himself will be speaking in. I'm expecting him to discuss extensively the Robinhood chain. I'm expecting him to hype it up a lot and discuss how, they've been generating fees, how there's been so much volume. And if he mentions even one little bit meme coins during that press conference or earnings call, whatever you want to call it, if he just mentions meme coins, I believe what if will absolutely skyrocket, and so will all the memes on this chain. If he says the words what if at any point as well, it doesn't have to be referring to the meme specifically, but if he just says those words, people are going to clip it up, they're going to get it on X, and it's going to go viral. So we have a lot of stuff going on tonight. I could be live for about 4 hours, so be prepared. Get your coffee. I've already had 2 coffees today. I'm going to be having another 2 while I'm live. So there may be 2 coffee breaks where I just need to go and get a coffee because it is late here and I need to be energized, guys. We need to have the energy super high today. I'm feeling optimistic. Obviously, anything can happen on an FOMC day, but I am feeling really optimistic that we're going to get a good bounce. Could everyone in the chat as well let me know? I have an AC on next to me because the room gets really hot when I'm streaming. If you guys could just let me know if you can hear that, if it's annoying, that would be great. If one of the mods could just let me know. But we have 113 watching. Get your caffeine pills ready. I don't quite go that far. I rely on coffee, and coffee works good enough for me. I don't need the caffeine pills. Just don't need them. So yeah, really looking forward to this, guys. Really looking forward to this show. We'll go over Bitcoin. And as I said, I'll be bringing the decision to you very shortly. So don't go anywhere. You know where you're going to be getting it. So Bitcoin at the moment, we can see it's kind of in this compression pattern on the weekly. it has been holding the 200-week moving average. So despite the fact we lost it and we did get a confirmed week below it, we did then regain it the second week. And since then, we have been trading above it, despite the fact we've had some wicks below it. So we are respecting the 200-week SMA, which is obviously very bullish. And if we continue to respect it, I am expecting a move up to around 70K. So here is the outlook for me. If this FOMC goes bullish and they don't hike and they lean slightly dovish compared to the hawkish expectations, I think we might move up to around 70K. That's the expectation here. 69, 70K we could get in the coming days if this goes well. If this goes bearish, then I would expect probably a move down to around 58 to 56K in the coming days. So this really is the move for me. Both are kind of equal weight. Either we get a 10% pump on the next move, or if they hike today, I expect a 10% drop, and it could be quite quick. If they end up hiking today, like I said, an unexpected hike, I think the market reaction could be pretty brutal. So we have 5 minutes until that decision. It's going to be massive, guys. This is going to bring volatility. I'm hoping there is absolutely no hike. Less than 5 minutes now. I'm hoping that they don't hike. There's a 30% chance, according to some outlets. Some are saying as high as 35% chance of a hike. If we go and look at Polymarket, which I usually say is the most reliable because it's actual money on the line, the chances of a hike are dropping. As of right now, it's a 19% chance. At one point, I think it was around 30%. It's now dropped to 19%. So I don't know if that's some insider information, if people seem to know something that we don't. But the odds of a hike are starting to decrease. So it looks like they're starting to expect no change. We had Citadel come out and say that they were going to hike, or they expected a hike. Maybe that was some degree of covering. But yeah, 20% according to Polymarket that we get a hike. This is changing for the better. What if is looking prime, 7.6 million. I'm expecting a big move up on this tonight, especially if the Robinhood earnings go well and Vlad refers to meme coins success on his earnings call, which, by the way, I listened to the last earning call from Robinhood. They discussed Robinhood chain, or they discussed tokenization and crypto a lot. They discussed tokenization and crypto a lot on the last one. It was pretty much a crypto conference, the last earnings call from Robinhood. So it'll be interesting to see if they really push their chain quite hard in this one and really boast about the success and things to come. So for those of you just joining, it is 3 minutes until we get the decision. 3 minutes until we get the decision. You can barely hear the AC. Okay. Please be picky. If it is bad, just let me know and I'll instantly stop it, because I'd rather sit here boiling than have the stream quality poor. So just let me know. If it sounds really loud at any point and it gets annoying, let me know. I'll turn it straight off. But yeah, good to see so many of you guys here. Kryptonite says, sipping a cold brew myself. There we go. Get your coffee ready. This is going to be a long one. This is going to be a bit of a stream marathon, guys. It's going to be a very, very long live stream. Lots to talk about. Just a reminder for everyone, if you're just joining, we've got the Fed decision, 3 minutes time. We have the speech from Warsh in 30 minutes time. We then have the Robinhood earnings at 9 p.m. And then we have the earnings call where Vlad is going to be speaking at 10 p.m. UK time. Okay. So 10 p.m. UK time, that would be 5 p.m. Eastern time. So basically 3 hours time. It's going to be a long one, guys. It's going to be a long one, but we're going to get through it. We're going to get through it. And it's 1 minute, just over 1 minute until we get the decision. Let's take a quick look at Bitcoin here. Bitcoin getting a little bit of a bounce, 61,100, as people are starting to expect that the Fed is going to hold rates unchanged. That seems to be the case here. Polymarket giving it a 19% chance. Let's just update this. 19 to 20% chance, 18% chance now of an increase. So we're looking at 80-20 pretty much. 80% chance it's unchanged, 20% chance that they give a surprise hike in 1 minute's time. A surprise hike, I believe, would be devastating, and we'd likely see a very fast move to the downside on all risk-on assets. Because you couple that with geopolitical tensions going on right now, and it would be pretty devastating, to say the least. So we're going to find out very shortly. I'm expecting no change, personally, and I'm expecting a bounce tonight. I'm expecting a bounce. I'm expecting a bounce for Bitcoin. I'm expecting especially a bounce for Ethereum. And even more so, I'm expecting a bounce for the What If meme coin on Robinhood chain and Robinhood memes in general. I'm going to be watching Dex Screener very closely as this FOMC unfolds, because that is going to be a big deal. 10 seconds, guys. 10 seconds to the decision. Smash the likes up on the live stream if you're excited. I'm going to be bringing it to you in any second now. Any second now. Any second now. And it is unchanged. There you go. Unchanged Fed funds rate. The Fed have officially decided to not hike rates. I'll say that again. The Fed has decided to not hike rates. So rates are unchanged, and it remains at 3.75%. Let's take a quick look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin got a nice bounce there up to 64,600 instantly. Let's see if we can break past this resistance zone. I expect us to, and I expect us to continue bouncing into Warsh's speech. So good news, really, really good news. That gives the green light now to a lot of the sideline capital to potentially buy back in. We still need to hear from Warsh himself about the forward expectations. I know he doesn't really like forward guidance and the dot plot and all of that, but we still need to hear about what the expectations are going forward in terms of whether they're going to, hike in the next meeting after this. So September. Let's see the odds for September. So here we go. So the odds for an increase in September are now increasing. So something must have came out there that has basically triggered the market to now expect the hike to be next time. Or maybe, people were looking at it and saying, if it's not July, then it will be September type of thing. And then all of that money is now moved to September. So because there's no hike in July, it seems like it's now going to be September. So people are now expecting a hike in September. 63% chance of a 25 basis point increase, so 0.25%. In September, that'll be September 16th. So we'll be bringing you Warsh's press conference. That is in 28 minutes time. In the meantime, guys, hit the likes up on the stream. Let me know, what are you thinking going into this press conference? And for anyone just joining us, the Fed has decided to leave the Fed funds rate unchanged. So no change to the interest rates. Let's take a quick look at what if. Some capital starting to pile in now, very bullish. We've just got a nice clean breakout on what if on Robinhood chain. I know there's going to be people asking, how do you buy this thing? I put a link in the description, but we've got a nice clean breakout there on what if. I am expecting all-time highs tonight because of the fact the Fed decided to not hike rates. So let's see what this does, but it's consistently making higher lows. We have a very strong floor there around 5 million. I don't think we're going to go back down there again for a long, long time. We have strong resistance, though, between 9 million to 10 million. Once this level is broken, this thing will absolutely skyrocket like you've never seen once that resistance is broken. Trending number 8 on Dex Screener. And I'm sure while the FOMC is going on, loads of people are going to be going on Dex Screener and looking at the trended memes and just gambling, essentially, because, it seems like it's going to be bullish today. So quick look on BTC. Bitcoin rejected there for the short term on that resistance line. We still need to wait, obviously, for the conference. That's where you sometimes see the real volatility. But we did get a nice little spike to the upside, bounced off the 0.5 fib level. And now we're looking for a potential break of that resistance around 67,700 that we rejected at a couple times. So going to be a really interesting day, guys. We have so much to get through. Which chain do you guys think is going to win? Is it going to be Base or is it going to be Robinhood? Because I am siding with Robinhood big time. What if is going up? Yep. What if looking tremendously bullish here, closing in on $8 million. I am expecting a new all-time high today for what if. And this is just getting started, guys. This is just getting warmed up. Like, we just got the bullish news that the Fed is not going to hike rates. But, you know, Vlad is going live later on today. Vlad is going live. For those of you who don't know who Vlad is, he's literally the guy behind Robinhood, CEO. He's going to be going live after the earnings come out. And I am pretty confident he's going to talk about Robinhood Chain. I would be shocked if he doesn't. I just watched the last earnings call that he did, and he talked about tokenization of equities. He talked about crypto for a large contingent of the call. I don't know what percent, but I guess about half of it was just about crypto and tokenization, which I guess is blockchain, which is related to crypto. So, yeah, Vlad's going to be talking about Robinhood Chain later. Imagine he talks about meme coins. You know, what if he talks about memes? What if he talks about the success of Robinhood memes? What if he mentions Cash Cap? I think it's unlikely, but you just never know. Like, this guy, he was a big guy behind the whole GameStop thing, right? He was instrumental with the whole GameStop thing. So who's to say he doesn't try and do the same thing, but with some of the memes on Robinhood Chain? Andy says, buying what if at every drop below 7 million. Great call, Archie. Thank you so much. Yeah, that sounds like a good strategy. Whenever it goes below that level, you buy. But to be honest, it may not go below there again for a long time. Because the way this chart's looking, it just got to bounce off the floor again. It's formed another higher low. Eventually, this level is going to get broken, guys. Eventually, 10 million is going to get broken, and 10 million will become a new floor. This is the best meme coin on Robinhood. I haven't seen anything close. And I think everyone knows that. You know it. I know it. Everyone knows it. This is the best meme on Robinhood by a country mile. Nothing comes close. A lot of the other ones are sketchy. A lot of the other ones are, you know, backed by the cabal or whatever. Not a lot, but I think there's at least one cabal play now on Robinhood. You know, this is organic. This is a truly organic meme that's for everyone. So feeling very optimistic. Anyway, let's look at Bitcoin. So Bitcoin, again, like I said, found some resistance there. It's come back down a little bit. Let's take a quick look at Ethereum, ETH, USDT.P. Take a look at Ethereum perp. So Ethereum actually pushed past its resistance, but it looks like a fake out for now. You know, maybe that wick will get filled and so on during the conference. You know, it's quite common that if the decision comes in bullish, you end up getting a scam wick. And then if the speech goes bullish, then you fill it and continue up. But everyone takes profits. Whenever you get a quick pump after an FOMC, after a decision, whenever you get a quick pump from the decision, it gets sold off instantly because traders take profits and then they wait for a re-entry based off the conference, which we're going to be getting in, 20 minutes? 5K buys coming in for what if, says Apex. Yeah, big buys coming in, really big buys. You know, the sellers are exhausted on this. The people who were going to sell have already sold. And, you know, I think most people realize that this is about to break 10 million. And once it does, everyone's going to be left behind. Now, obviously, do your own due diligence. Always, invest what you can afford to lose. Don't over allocate, etc., etc. But I haven't seen a chart more bullish in crypto. It really, really looks primed. It's had the exact same measured move as CashCat. Came up to 10 million, rejected, came down to 2 million, consolidated for a week, and then skyrocketed. That's what CashCat did. So this follows the move of CashCat. This is going to send it to over 200 million. Big if, right? I mean, the ticker's if. So that's what it's all about. It's about dreaming. But if this does the same thing, it's going to skyrocket up to 200 million, which which we have to zoom out lowest to do. That's what it will look like. All of this here is just going to look like consolidation if it pulls the CashCat. Exchange listings are coming. They're on their way. And lots of influencers are talking about it as well, which is great to see. So Ethereum waiting for the conference, and Bitcoin as well waiting for the conference. Both had kind of a scam pump. Some of that's been given back, and now it's going to be time to see whether they end up rolling over because the conference is bearish, or whether they can push up if the conference is bullish. If straight to 200 mil, CashCat style, it looks similar for sure. Fetcho says Robinhood will win. They have more incentive since they are in traditional finance and they want to tokenize stocks. They can make so much money with 24/7 trading. Exactly. Right. That's the thing people don't realize, is that Robinhood are going to be the biggest player in tokenized equities. They're going to become the biggest players. Like, there's not going to be anything close. Why is that? It's because they already have the customer base on their app. So they can do 24/7 tokenized equities. Or would it be 24/6? I don't know if it's going to be 6 days a week or 7 days a week. But they're going to do basically tokenized equities on their chain. Everyone's going to be using them. And I just think that Vlad's going to really back his chain more than what Brian Armstrong did. I just feel like Vlad wants to back it up more, you know, like he really wants it to be a success. And, you know, the other thing to mention with Robinhood is that they have the ability to onboard millions of non-crypto users over to meme coins. Everyone who uses Coinbase already knows about memes, right? Because Coinbase is already big. It's already listed meme coins. It's not anything new, right? Whereas Robinhood, yes, some people trade crypto on it, but for the most part, people who use Robinhood use it for equities. They use it for Microsoft. They use it for GameStop. They use it for Tesla, Nvidia, right? They're not using it to buy meme coins. I mean, maybe some people buy their meme coins on Robinhood. I know when obviously Dogecoin happened, there was a lot of guys buying their memes over on Robinhood. But for the most part, like, people who use Robinhood, they use it for equities. Yeah, maybe some of them use it for crypto as well, but it is mainly known as an equities exchange, as a stock market exchange. It is not really known as primarily a crypto exchange, despite the fact they do crypto, right? I'm very well aware of that. But what Robinhood can do is that they can onboard outsiders into crypto. People who aren't already using crypto, they can get to use crypto. Whereas Coinbase, it's already native to crypto, that chain. So Robinhood chain has the ability to onboard millions of new people who have never used crypto before. Whereas everyone on Coinbase already uses crypto. I'm sure that's pretty simple for everyone to understand. But yeah, that's the USP with Robinhood chain as opposed to Base. But what if is absolutely sending it right now. Ethereum and Bitcoin still just kind of waiting for that conference. But you're seeing some big buys coming into what if. Jay says he's made more money with the VIP group in the last 2 weeks than the whole time you've been in crypto in the past 5 years. Wow, that is absolutely crazy. So you've made more money in the last 2 weeks than 5 years in crypto since being in the VIP. If that isn't a sales pitch for the VIP, then I don't know what is. And I don't know this guy. He's literally just come in the stream and said this, right? So yeah, we hit over a 200x on what if, and I believe we're going to be up 1,000x probably on it, the way it's looking. So many of you guys have never hit 1,000. Many of you guys have never hit 100x. I'd say none of you have hit 1,000x, but quite a few will probably hit that with what if, the way it is looking. So join the VIP group, use the code WHATIF, all one word, and you'll get a massive discount when signing up, and you'll get access to my future buy alerts, and you'll get access to the most active and informative Discord group in crypto. All right. Big things coming today, guys. Just a reminder, we have 15 minutes until Warsh is going to come out and speak. 15 minutes. We also have Robinhood's earnings, which is going to be big, and Vlad coming out to speak. So stay tuned, guys. It's going to be a long one, but stay tuned. I see what if having a massive breakout today. I agree. I agree. Looks like it's in the beginning phases of a massive breakout here. Do I think Say will still perform well? I think it'll do okay, but it really has lost the hype and momentum. Sometimes it's hard to regain that. I mean, look at Avalanche. Look at Polkadot. If pumping, there you go. Hey, Archie, thoughts on Robinhood stock? I have it. I'm bullish, right? I gave a buy signal for Robinhood stock super cheap. Let me see if I can find the alert. Just a reminder, if the AC gets annoying, just let me know. And I'll turn it straight off. I don't want it to be ruining the experience. Yeah, so I bought Robinhood at $71. That's the alert. So I bought Robinhood at $71. What's it at now? Has it gone down? No, I don't. Some of these stocks, I don't even check them. I just put my money in and leave it, and I'll look at it in 5 years. Oh, it's at 91, so we're in some profits. We're up 27%. If we just do a little bit of analysis on this, obviously it hit the golden pocket, got a nice bounce. It's around the 0.5 fib at the moment. I mean, this earnings can go either way. It's put in a lower high there. But I think it's not so much about the Robinhood earnings itself. I don't really care about the earnings. I mean, yeah, I'm a stock holder, but I don't really care too much. It's not so much about the earnings for Robinhood that will affect the memes. It's more so about the words that Vlad says during the conference. If Vlad comes out and like talks about memes and talks about Robinhood chain and really backs his chain and like really pushes it, these things will go to the moon like you've never freaking seen before. Like they'll go to freaking 10x potentially in a few days. Some of these things, they could double overnight. They could double overnight. If he comes out on that earnings call and literally just says, Robinhood chain's the best. He's not going to say that. Obviously, he's going to be somewhat professional. But if he comes out and says, look, Robinhood chain, it's just started. We're already challenging other major chains in terms of volume, blah, blah, blah. We're going to continue to focus on tokenization. But we're also great for memes as well. You know, if he says something like that, we're going to continue to focus on tokenization, but we're also a great chain for memes. Anything along those lines, this is going to skyrocket. Anything along those lines, this is going to skyrocket. Just said my audio cut out. Does everyone hear me? I was kicked out of a Telegram group for no reason. Can you contact them, please? I don't run the Telegram, bro. I don't know what you guys think I do in the day, but I have a business to run. I have markets that I need to look at. I have charts I need to look at. I'm speaking to exchanges to try and, get what if listed on more exchanges. I know what you guys think I do in the day, but I do not have time to deal with people getting kicked out the Telegram. So if you were kicked out the Telegram, either number one, it was a mistake and you'll be readmitted if you speak to someone from the team. Or number two, you broke the rules, in which case you should have been kicked out anyway. So I'll be one of those two. But I do not have the time in the day to add people to a Telegram, delete people from a Telegram, none of that stuff. Also, don't DM me, guys, and ask me for like advice on your portfolio. First of all, I have a paid group of 1,000 people who are all asking me that anyway. And again, I don't have the time in the day. I wish I did. I wish I had the time in the day to help you get unbanned from a Telegram, to help give you portfolio recommendations. Yeah, I wish I could just go on one-to-one calls with all of you guys, but I don't. I'm a busy guy. So please ask someone else, not me. So what if is now listed on CoinGecko? All the information is there. 7 million market cap, almost 1 million in volume. Almost 2,000 members on the Telegram. There we go. Good to see. Good to see. Okay, Ethereum taking a little bit of a move down here. So this was a bit of a fake out, as I said. Now it's taken a bit of a move down. Let's see, guys. There's going to be volatility. This is expected. There's going to be volatility. This is completely normal. Completely normal. $64.2K for Bitcoin. Had that pump up and rejection, and now we're just kind of probably going to be going sideways until it starts. So yeah, we're looking fine, guys. We're looking fine. It's normal to see a little sell-off just before Warsh begins to speak. What if is looking completely prime though. 8.1 mil market cap now. It looks like we're going to be pushing up very forcefully here in the coming hours. Is what if a new coin? Can someone tell me if I can buy it on Coinbase? You can't buy it on Coinbase. Maybe in the future it'll get listed on Coinbase, but you have to buy it through Uniswap. If you want to know how to buy what if, Crypto Factor made a video on it. Just go onto YouTube and search the Crypto Factor. The Crypto Factor. He made a video on it, going through the steps. You can follow that if you want a step-by-step guide. How to buy what if coin and early Robinhood chain gem. Just go watch that and you'll figure out how to buy it. So yeah, we have 8 minutes and I'm going to be live for a few more hours, so stay tuned. Loaded up 35K worth of Cash Cat. Yeah, so Cash Cat has had a massive dump. If that makes a comeback, I think it would be bullish for all Robinhood memes, because that is the big one in terms of mind share. Like, everyone knows Cash Cat. I mean, hopefully what if becomes the #1 meme in terms of mind share. But right now it is Cash Cat. It had a little bit of a pump here, but it got sold off instantly. But the floor was held, to be fair. So it kind of has a floor here around 30 million. I think what also happened is some of the liquidity from Cash Cat went over to other memes, such as What If, but also Pipe Dog. Don't know if you guys have been following this, but this seems to be like a big cabal play to some extent. And I mean, they put 10 mil there's 10 mil liquidity in this thing. But yeah, some of the money rotated out of Cash Cat into Pipe Dog and What If holding really strong here, 8 mil. Bitcoin selling off a bit heading into the press conference. All right, guys, so let's get the press conference ready. I'm gonna go grab a water just before it starts, but let's get it up ready beforehand. There we go. All right, guys, let me know.
Topic, because you always have people.
Let's just
that we've seen so
let
far
me know
this
if you
year.
can hear this, guys.
I think there's an element here that the energy companies are really kind of sitting on their hands a little bit, because they
everyone go spam the chat.
When the Middle East conflict is resolved, they're going to see that drop in prices. Look how quickly we saw prices come down, almost what, $25, $30
everyone go in the
for
chat
Brent and
Bloomberg stream. I want to see
when we had
everyone
the memorandum of understanding, and we've
Bloomberg
seen it go back up
television.
in the last few days. I do think there's going to be a lot of volatility here. Earnings are actually expected. There's going to be a lot of volatility here. Earnings are actually expected to come down portfolio, but I do think the energy companies are going to be a little bit cautious here.
Victoria, look how limited the rally was in bonds when we had that correction.
Can everyone hear this?
Tells me that the outlook for rates is not that dependent on the path for oil. Is that a fair assumption, a fair conclusion?
I think it's a pretty fair assumption,
right, guys,
Jonathan, because actually I think what the bond market is looking at is saying, wait a minute, yes, we have this oil component, and it's making the headline numbers come down quite negatively when we're looking at inflation reports, but the core and the super core, where it's not included, we're actually seeing some still moves higher in those elements. So to me, that's the key question to this Fed. How are we going to measure how much some of these shocks that you want to look through are actually seeping down into the economy as a whole? They say the economy is expanding at a solid pace, but how long if we keep seeing pressures come in at that point? So I think the bond market is more concerned around that, more concerned around deficit spending, around money supply, not so much around oil price changes.
Victoria, it's good to see you. Appreciate your time as always. Victoria Fernandez there of Crossmark weighing in on this Fed decision. Equities this afternoon still negative by 0.5 on the S&P 500. In the bond market, 2s, 10s and 30s shaping up as follows. 2s, yields down just a single basis point right now. 2s around 4.28. Framing matters. These three dissents, what is the character of each individual dissent? What will they say in the coming weeks in their statements? Is this about taking back the insurance they took out last year and the year before, or is it more than just that?
Well, they have all indicated about taking back the insurance from last year, and they've all talked about the price pressure that consumers are feeling and that they're hearing even from companies. That said, my question is about the others and who's going to potentially join them at a time of incredibly volatile inflation, and is the volatility in inflation enough to actually get them more concerned that they need to make a move and take a step there?
In defense of Chairman Warsh, we're all going to be waiting on the data now. I mean, the data is incredibly important through Jackson Hole onto the next meeting.
The curious case of this particular meeting, TK, is that we looked at the data and it was softer than expected on CPI and PPI. And it was
all right, guys, 3 minutes. 3 minutes until Warsh comes out and speaks. It's going to be interesting indeed, guys. It's going to be an interesting one. Everyone type in the chat, bullish or bearish? What are we thinking? Bullish or bearish in the chat? What if ETF? Imagine. You know, the great thing about what if is that so many people are going to be using the words without directly relating to the meme coin. So, you know, if Vlad comes out tonight and says the words what if, he doesn't even have to be directly talking about the meme. But if he just says those words alone, people are going to clip it up and they're going to say, oh my God, he's talking about what if. I mean, even Trump has said the words what if, right? So it's about the mind share. Like, these are words that everyone's going to be using. And that's why my thesis is so bullish on it, because it's constantly going to be getting mentioned. It's not something that just gets said for a month and then no one talks about it again, right? It's not like the 6-7 meme where people talk about it for a few months and then, you know, in a year's time, no one's saying that anymore. Same with Peanut the Squirrel. Everyone was talking about Peanut the Squirrel and then no one cares about it now, right? Whereas what if, those are words people are going to be using forever, I think. So just a quick update on Bitcoin going into this. Bitcoin sold off a little bit. It's at 64,000 almost on the dot right now, after reaching heights of 64,700. Anyway, Warsh is about to come out, so let's listen in.
Trying to figure out for programming reasons who we're going to have to book afterwards.
Let me know if you can hear the audio in the chat room.
I think it's going to be 45 minutes.
And seconds, Bramo. 45 and how many seconds?
45 and 32 seconds.
TK, you playing this game?
I'm not playing this game, but I can just imagine Kelsey Barrow at JP Morgan with Kay hair. They're all around the terminals, you know, betting here. They're probably in one of the 14 restaurants.
Kelsey's running the book at JP Morgan.
Yeah, I think she's running the book. They're probably in a bar over at their new skyscraper.
The man himself walks into the room. Kevin Walsh, Fed chair, in front of the podium following an unchanged decision, but with 3 dissents. Let's take a listen.
My second FOMC committee meeting as chairman has come quickly. It's probably too early to call it a streak, but our discussions again were collegial and constructive. I'm truly lucky to work with colleagues so capable and mission-focused, and so determined, like I am, to sharpen the performance of the Federal Reserve. Today, as you know, our committee decided to vote by a 9-3 vote to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 3.5% to 3.75%. The committee is continuing its policy of making ample reserves in the banking system. The economy is showing impressive resilience. Even with recent shocks, the trends are positive and reveal solid growth. Job gains have kept pace with the workforce, and the unemployment rate has changed little. Inflation remains elevated relative to the committee's 2% goal. The committee remains resolute. You've heard this before, but we will deliver price stability. As before, the policy statement conveys just the facts. It's steering clear of forecasting, a choice we consider especially prudent at these uncertain times. Uncertainty, however, does not mean a lack of clarity. For some households, businesses, and market professionals, 5 years of high inflation have left a mistaken impression that's hard to shake, that the Fed's implicit inflation target was somehow above 2%. Let me reiterate, there is no soft inflation target. There is no soft implicit target, not on this committee's watch. There's only a target, and it's 2%. Not one of my FOMC colleagues is under any illusion. We have begun a new chapter, and we understand that the 5+ years of inflation above target cannot be cured in 9 weeks or by a single month of modest price decreases. This Fed will not waver. Our credibility rests on performing our duties and delivering on our responsibilities. Americans are right to expect that because our nation's prosperity depends on it. To the regulars here in the press room, today's assessment might sound familiar, yet there was nothing inertial about our discussions, our policy, or our strategy. 2 economic developments are worth highlighting. The first is a very notable change since our last meeting 42 days ago. Nominal and real yields are materially higher across the Treasury curve. In fact, some of the increases in market interest rates between FOMC meetings are among the most significant in the last 2 decades, ranking around the top decile or so. But if the committee didn't change its policy rate, what happened? In the intermeeting period, market attention centered on real data and real economic developments. Prices reacted in real time to incoming information, and the reduction in forward guidance may have been a factor. Market participants are learning to play the ball, not the referee, and market prices will continue to respond in the direction and magnitude they see fit. This is, in my view, a change for the better, and we're just getting started. After all, the central bank need not always and everywhere be the center of attention. I understand the desire for rolling forecasts and commentary from this committee, but for our part, we need to observe market reaction to developments, direct and unfiltered. I want to stress, of course, that decisions by this committee matter a great deal. And where necessary and appropriate, we will not hesitate to act. A second economic development is one that I noted at the congressional oversight hearings this month, but it's worth repeating. The most striking feature of the economy is the strong growth of business investment. The surge in high-tech CapEx has been remarkable, but that does not necessarily make the Fed's role any easier. In the AI-related category of high-tech equipment and software, the most recent data shows 4-quarter growth rates of nearly 20%. This is helping to sustain the healthy momentum of manufacturing output. More generally, CapEx is preparing the ground for future growth. Nonetheless, the precise timing and magnitude of effects on the supply side remain hard to predict. FOMC meetings produce policy decisions, but just as important is candid discussion of the big things that matter most. That too is a priority in this new chapter at the Fed. In our meeting, vigorous discussion centered on 4 questions, which I will enumerate. First, we talked a lot about the implications of the past 5 years of high inflation on the current policy conjuncture. To echo an old phrase, has the past really passed? Second, my colleagues and I considered the economic shocks of recent years, strained supply chains, for achieving stable prices. If, as the Fed has long held, interest rate policy should be its primary monetary policy instrument, how much accommodation are we getting from the balance sheet? In all of this, our work is advancing at the Fed.
Apologies, everyone. Apologies.
We're asking the right questions. And in this consequential time, we know how very much depends on getting the right answers. Of course, you've all arrived with questions of your own, so let's turn to them now.
Let's start with Steve.
Thank you for taking our questions, Mr. Chairman. Sure. You've had a couple months now, or 9 weeks, or whatever number it is, to see the markets behave in the absence of forward guidance. I'm wondering if you could tell me, what message are you getting from the markets as to where policy ought to be right now?
Yeah, so I think officially it's 8 weeks and 4 days, but I'm not counting. The message from markets is the message from markets. What I've really been trying to do, Steve, as I think you appreciate, your colleagues appreciate, is getting an unfiltered message from markets, getting a direct message. Letting buyers and sellers meet at prices for treasuries, for the foreign exchange value of the dollar.
Said he said what
and then trying to judge for ourselves, what does that mean about our remit? How are we doing on inflation? How are we doing on employment? We're trying not to interfere with that market signal. That's part of the reason why we've been somewhat spare in our words, why we pulled back from forward guidance. So they're reacting to events, I would say, much more directly over the 42 days since we last met. This is a good thing. As I mentioned in the prepared remarks, we've seen a material tightening, not just in nominal rates, but in real rates too. And we're observing it. We're trying to stay out of that because, many of you might be interested in our reaction function. We're interested in the reaction of financial markets.
I get that, Mr. Chairman. And I guess the follow-up question is, if the markets are talking to you, what do you hear them saying? And if it's real rates are higher, it would suggest that that's where the funds rate ought to go.
Yeah, so
sorry.
I'm sorry, it's your question. So interpreting markets is an imperfect business. We central bankers, like market pros, can think these things are overdetermined, but let me offer some speculation.
Is crazy.
First, as we said in the FOMC statement that you got at 2 o'clock, the economy output is solid. CapEx and productivity are strong. Labor market's solid, steady. The bond market, the treasury market, it seems to be saying that as well. If I were to try to break down, disaggregate the treasury market signals, I wouldn't be able to do it perfectly. But the bond market's saying many of those same things, and that's why we're seeing a tightening both in nominals and in reals. Even while at some level we haven't done much in 42 days, the markets have done quite a bit.
Thank you. Claire Jones, Financial Times. You seem to have got the family fight you were after at this meeting. We saw three dissents. Could you characterise the arguments that those dissenters put forward, please, and tell us a little bit why you weren't persuaded by them at this stage? Thank you.
So I guess I shouldn't give you their best arguments. I'll give you some others. So you're right. I asked for a good family fight, and I got one. That's the purpose. That's the design feature. I come into this meeting, even this press conference, heartened by what I've experienced the last 2 days. Most of our discussion were on the big questions that matter to the conduct of monetary policy. We didn't sort of hide from them. We weren't scared of them. There was a lot more interaction between among my colleagues.
Pumping again.
It was a real family fight. My view, which you've long heard, is that's the better way to get policy right. That's our North Star. So there was a lot of agreement that I heard that we have the powers, the tools, also the authority to deliver stable prices. No walking back from our responsibilities. There was a large majority support for the decision that we made in the room. But I also want to leave you, Claire, with one other impression. There was nothing inertial about that discussion. It was an active, robust discussion about what's in the full range of what we can do and might want to do in the period ahead. You characterized accurately there was a disagreement about a decision today. I would say that doesn't sort of capture the full essence of the discussion. The path to central bank heaven requires delivering on our remit. These days, that means delivering on price stability. I wouldn't measure that path in 42 days or any one particular meeting. And I came out of that meeting even more confident that this is the right team to win the battle against high inflation.
How much do you think not going in July was down to the cool CPI print for June?
So in 2 words, not much. Not much. I'd like to believe that the committee shares my views, which is the historic problem with data dependence is the data and the dependence. We are not relying on any one individual piece of data as cover or as an excuse or as validation. What I care about and what I think the committee cares about is trends on the data. Sure, we got some encouraging inflation data. I think at the meeting 42 days ago, I said something like 63 months of inflation above target. I didn't say 64, though the final calculation might be a close one. So we'll be watching inflation data over the period ahead, but I also don't want you to leave the misimpression that we're sort of breathlessly waiting that. I've called for a task force to revisit both the private and public data we use to make our decision making. That task force is out doing their work. I'll be checking back in with them the next couple of weeks, but I wouldn't say we overly relied on any one piece of data, including that data, which surprised some a couple of weeks ago.
Neil.
Hi, Chairman Warsh. Thanks. Neil Irwin with Axios. Thank you for taking our questions. So the Fed funds rate is now about 75 basis points below the two-year yield. It suggests markets think you'll have to tighten eventually, about 100 basis points below most Taylor rule estimates. You're hitting your employment mandate. Inflation stays high. Why should rates not be higher today?
There's a lot in there, Neil. So rates are higher today than they were 42 days ago. Markets have made decisions because we step back in part from trying to influence those. Market judgments have moved up on what nominal rates are across the Treasury curve. That doesn't mean we take them as by dictation, but we're observing them. So I think it's a mischaracterization to say that markets haven't reacted because we didn't move today. Markets are reacting in real time. In the period ahead, we've got important decisions to make about the policy rate. Markets in the intervening period, I think, have quite a bit of decisions to make. I'll see if I can put it this way. Monetary policy matters not just by what we say or even what we do. Monetary policy matters by how it affects the real economy. And these prices that we see in financial markets is one of the many ways in which it affects the real economy. We'll be continuing to watch that market information, see how it responds to incoming events, and that can help inform our decision making when we meet in 7 or 8 weeks.
How would you characterize in the family fight the last couple of days of you and the other 8 members who wanted to hold? Was that a strong conviction or was that a hair trigger close call on holding versus tightening?
Well, I think the vote was 9-3. The broader discussion to my ear over the course of the last days showed a lot of agreement on the hard questions. The 4 questions I raised at the outset about what's really happening in the economy with the shocks and absent the shocks. What are our tools and our capabilities? What's the effect on prices on output? I heard a lot of commonality on the questions. Were there different leans on the answers? You bet there was. So could people come to different conclusions? Absolutely. But my own judgment is this is a period of watchful thinking, not watchful waiting. And I think the score on that vote was unanimous.
Colby.
Thank you. Colby Smith with the New York Times. You've mentioned that looking at the Fed's policy tools is one element of a 3-pronged strategy to address the inflation problem. So I'm curious how you view the effectiveness of those tools. If inflation is too high and not coming down, is the best remedy to raise interest rates?
So that was the discussion in the last 2 days. Is that the dominant remedy? If inflation continues to be elevated through the forecast period, interest rates could well be part of that solution. But I wouldn't say it's in isolation. I tried to describe in my remarks today the point that I made to the oversight committees a couple of weeks ago. I think there was a misimpression by some in financial markets, by some households and businesses, that central bankers like me, we set a 2% inflation target, but maybe we were more tolerable of a somewhat higher inflation target. In economics, we'd call that the revealed preference. And so might it have been rational for people to think, well, their inflation target's somewhat higher. What I heard in the last 2 days, what I've heard in 8.5 weeks is no. We will deliver the 2% inflation target. That is the committee's definition of price stability. So one way, absent the tools that you reference, to ensure that we get there is ensure that expectations are centered around the right number. And I think we've made some progress on that. I am not suggesting we're done on that. It's worth reiterating. And ultimately, the business we're in, Colby, is performance. We are going to be judged by how we perform. And that's what we intend to do. The inflation target, making clear expectations is one part of it. Making sure we demonstrate we're responsible for it, we're not blaming as another. And our policy tools, like you referenced, is the third and equally consequential part.
How are you factoring the fact that a large portion of the inflation overshoot is being caused by supply shocks, as it's mentioned again in the statement? Does that blunt the effectiveness of rate hikes in your view?
First, on the premise of your question, it was almost as if you were listening to our discussion the last day and a half. A lot of our focus was on trying to understand and identify underlying inflation.
Bitcoin pushing up here, guys. Bitcoin is at 64,400. We got to lows of 63,500. So we pushed up around $1,000 since the lows just prior to this beginning.
Prices that are quite far removed from it. Our goal is to have growth that is broadening and inflation that is becoming more limited, more circumscribed. I'll be the first to admit the shocks make this job and this policy conjuncture a little tougher, but that's among the chief questions we've asked ourselves. And around the room, people have different views on it. I tend to think in the coming months we're going to refine that view and have a better judgment, and we're going to have market prices trying to help inform it too.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. I guess I want to drill down maybe a little bit. What specifically, in your mind, would be the argument then for a pause today?
So I wouldn't characterize what we did as anything like a pause. I would characterize what we did as a rigorous review of the economic situation. I would characterize what we did as a review of the big, hard questions. And I'd characterize it as a view of what our own homework is to try to resolve those questions in the period ahead. If you were to try to force a description that this was a pause, I would say financial market prices would take the other side of that. Financial market prices in this intermeeting period, they didn't pause. They reacted to the inflation data in one direction, strong economic growth in the other direction, and nominal and real rates went up. Did the Fed take an explicit change in its policy rate today? No, but I think that's the beginning of the story, not the end of the story.
And if I could, I did want to ask, not forward guidance, but looking forward. Traditionally, a Federal Reserve chairman uses the Jackson Hole Summit as a sort of a reset of monetary policy. How do you look at the speech that you're going to make in August?
I look at it like a blank piece of paper right now. I have not begun consideration with the incredible team here what would go into that document. I think you characterized it correctly. Historically, at least from my first tour of duty at the Fed to more recent periods, it would be sort of a setting up speech more often than not of what was going to be happening in the fall. I haven't made any judgments on that, but those are judgments we'll have to come to. If I could, in the high mountain air in Jackson, Wyoming, I'd like to also frame the big questions. There is a tendency, especially with the proliferation of meetings and press conferences, to get caught up in the myopic. Did you do this by a quarter or do that? Ultimately, whether we deliver on price stability matters some, the decisions we make in 6 or 7 or 8 week periods, but they matter more. What are the big questions? What's really happening with productivity? What's really happening with demographics? What's really happening to the global economy amid the shocks? Haven't made a decision whether it's going to be a big picture speech or whether it's going to be a more traditional setup for all the action we're going to have between September and December. I will tell you one other thing that I am doing between now and Jackson Hole, which is I'm checking with those task forces. My first principle of establishing a task force is find the best subject matter experts anywhere in the world and put them together, especially put them together with other people who might disagree with them. In the next couple weeks, I'm going to be doing a check back in. I've given them time to sort of think hard about their agenda, their debate, their schedule, and when they might be ready for prime time. I'll be doing a little bit of that checking, and that may or may not inform anything I have to say in Jackson.
Nick.
Bitcoin's pushing up nicely here, guys. 64,500.
Chairman Warsh, I want to follow up on Colby's question about policy transmission. You've said there's no cruel choice between stable prices and full employment. Rates bring inflation down by cooling demand. It's generally thought that can show up in the labor market. If that's not the channel you're relying on, what is?
Yeah, so let me go back to first principles, Nick. I don't believe that either part of our mandate is generally at war with the other part. I do not believe that price stability and full employment is an either-or proposition. There have been policymakers over the last several generations who have thought that there is a strict trade-off there. That isn't my judgment. In fact, my judgment is if and when we deliver on our remit, we're going to be satisfying both prongs. We're going to have price stability and full employment. And in fact, if you want to do the most harm to the labor markets,
when, he just said,
you would run a period of high inflation that's variable, such
is
that
he trying to pump what if?
Businesses wouldn't really know what's going on.
This is getting
so
excessive
I think the
now.
two parts of our mandate are equally important. We have no legislative orphans here. I've been talking mostly about price stability because we're doing pretty well collectively as a country, as policymakers on the full employment side. But we're doing considerably less well on prices. That's why we describe them as elevated, and that's what's taken most of our discussion. In terms of transmission mechanisms of monetary policy, I think different tools work through different transmission mechanisms. The interest rates work through lending channels and credit channels, maybe confidence channels and foreign exchange. The balance sheet probably works through some other channels like signaling and portfolio balance. We're keeping full abreast of all these tools in making policy. But if the suggestion is somehow we're going to be fine-tuning aggregate demand so it catches supply, that's not my mental model. I don't think we're great in the fine-tuning business. We're trying to get supply and demand in broad order, but really what we're doing as we sit here today at this press conference is I think we've got a reasonable sense of what aggregate demand looks like in this economy. We're inferring aggregate supply. We're making a judgment about what productivity is. And in some sense, there's a race between supply and demand. And the surge in business capex in around AI, it's making that calculation a little harder to judge, but in the period ahead, we're going to be trying to judge just that.
And if I could ask, where exactly was the disagreement today? Was it about the inflation forecast, or was it something more around the risks, the tactics?
Yeah, so I'm going to I'll let the dissenters speak for themselves. The way I heard it over the last 2 days was overwhelming agreement on objectives and authority and commitment. I didn't hear anybody walking away from it. The judgments as to how best to achieve the price stability, that was probably the question that we were trying to answer. What's the best move? What's the best strategy? What's the best way to achieve it? And a second question that was asked is, when do we need to make those harder calls? When do we need to make those decisions? And like I said to one of your colleagues, I was comforted that markets in the intermeeting period weren't reacting to us. They weren't reacting to dots or to speeches. They appeared more than ever to be reacting to real-time events. So they're gauging themselves how restrictive the Treasury curve should be. And that, I think, has been a useful development. We don't endorse any particular market move, but I'd also suggest we observe them with keen interest.
Janelle Marte with Bloomberg. Following up on that, there was more uncertainty in the markets about what the Fed would do at this meeting. to some extent, you might think that's what you want to see. But my question is about, is there a point at which you would not want to surprise the markets if they were pricing in something with higher certainty that was opposite of what you were intending to do? What are the risks that you see associated with that?
Yes, so it's a good question. Surprise is not the objective function. Surprise is not what we're solving for. We have a clear North Star. What we're solving for is how to make the best decisions. Almost everything else should be in service to that goal. By not spoon-feeding markets, by not previewing our decisions, by not sort of giving nudges and leans, my colleagues and I have found in the intermeeting period, what we're getting is the views from a very accomplished economist. That's the internals of financial markets. Instead of just repeating or echoing what we were saying back to us, they're giving us somewhat, not perfect, their own judgment. Surprises are not the objective, but at the same time, I would say we didn't come into this meeting feeling constrained by the full range of alternatives we had in front of us.
So some of your peers have continued to discuss how they think about policy decisions, and if you don't offer your reaction function or your way of thinking about it, how concerned are you that you're ceding control of the narrative?
So not very concerned. That's a short answer to the question. When some people that follow the Fed say, well, we don't want your forecast, we don't want your dot, we just want your reaction function. Part of me hears what we really want is your forecast, and what we really want is your dot. In terms of reaction function, let me sort of disabuse people of a question that may or may not be real and be out there. Any central banker, especially a central banker where the labor markets are more or less at equilibrium. Any central banker, when he or she sees underlying inflation moving higher, he or she is more inclined to tighten policy. Again, when you've achieved the other side of your mandate and you see underlying inflation falling, he's more inclined to loosen policy. That's my reaction function, and I don't suspect it will cause people to not continue to pry for more, because the truth is, for a very long time in a lot of countries, coming out of the 2008 crisis, we're in crisis mode, we were purposefully providing a lot of information, trying to provide a lot of assurance, trying to tell people exactly what we're going to do, offering forward guidance with clarity as if we're tying our own hands behind our back. Well, in crisis mode, that strikes me as a very prudent policy. But in more benign conditions, it strikes me as worth revisiting. But markets and market participants and reporters have learned to devour all that information, so I take seriously that the pullback of forward guidance requires some transition. Reform isn't easy, but our general judgment is going to help us make better decisions, and in so doing, satisfy our remit.
Paul Weissman. Thank you. It's coming. There's a mic coming.
Thank you. When you talk about the 2% inflation target, what measure are you relying on?
Yeah, so I'll give two answers. First, let me give the proper standard answer. The Federal Reserve every January outlines a statement of purposes and strategy. And in that strategy document, which I believe was dated January of this year, it describes a measure of PCE inflation as the objective function there. I have enough of my own, so that's our number, we're sticking with it. Who knows come after next January what we might say about strategy. I suspect the task forces might have something to add. But I'll say this, some version of the Lucas critique, some version of Goodhart's law in economics should remind us that when we talk about measures of inflation or something else, and we describe those measures as being consistent with our objectives, we might make them such that they're not very good measures or very good objectives. Broadly, if you said to me standing in front of you, I abide fully by the strategy document, we're going to deliver 2% inflation and not a whisper more. But to achieve that, I'm looking at a broader set of inflation data than PCE. So without sort of fully revealing my cards, I'm trying to understand, like my colleagues, what's the underlying generalized change in prices that are happening in the economy. It is not a perfect science. I might have said 42 days ago, I've got a task force for that. But we have a data project that's trying to look and see whether we can't separate the noise from the signal. And so if you would hear a message from me, yes, I care about what the PCE prints are. I care about what the contributions are from CPI and everything else. But my lens is broader than that, even though the
He's saying a whole lot of nothing. Yeah, that's what they do.
Mike McKee.
That's their job, essentially, is to calm the markets by not saying much.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. I'm struggling a little bit with some of what you've said today, and maybe you can help clarify this. You've said over and over again that your job is to bring down prices, to get prices stable, to hit your target, and that you will hit your target. The market says you're not there yet because they've raised rates, but all you've talked about today is talking about it. And it's not like members of the committee weren't there before you talking about it. So I guess what the American people might be asking is, what are you waiting for?
Yeah. So believe it or not, this press conference is not all I've done today. We have spent an inordinate amount of time in the last 2 days, 2 weeks, looking at our monetary policy strategy, evaluating our tools, thinking hard about the sources of data that we have at our disposal and we wish we had. We've also thought hard about the period ahead. What among these questions will be answered with more clarity, certainly not certainty. So the decision we made today, the discussion we had in that room, was the farthest thing from inertia I can imagine. As a point estimate at this very moment, in a choice between two alternatives, you heard the results of it. But I would tell you that this discussion was far more robust, and our thinking about how best to achieve that target is advanced. And over the coming months, I expect it to be advanced much more significantly. If you were to if I were to steal a follow-up question, I won't let you won't be giving it up. If I were to steal a follow-up question, well, what's the world think about what you've done? I would again reiterate, what we do isn't just about what we say. It's not just about what we do. We're in the performance business. And so if I look at the Treasury curve, if I look at the dollar, if I look at a lot of things that are internals inside of financial markets, I think what they're broadly saying is that this committee does own it, has the credibility to deliver it, and they believe, like I do, that we will. But I don't want to leave you with a misimpression. We've got no magic wand. This isn't something that we're going to be able to carry out in days or weeks. But we're going to deliver on the responsibility that Congress gave us. And today's meeting and the preparation for today's meeting was an important step towards that destination.
I'd like to follow up on the task forces as well and ask, what vetting did you do of the people that you appointed to the task forces? In particular, given Mark Andreessen's substantial political spending, $25 million in just the past year to back candidates who oppose stricter AI regulation, how can the public be confident that a committee he co-chairs will provide an independent assessment of AI's economic effects rather than one aligned with the interests of the AI industry?
Yeah, so I selected 15 incredible subject matter experts to tackle 5 of the most important questions that if we get the answers right, we're going to do a far better job in delivering. And if we get the answers wrong, we have a problem. The comfort that I can give you and your listeners is we're the decision makers. The chairman of the board of the Federal Reserve and the members of the board and the FOMC, we will be the consumers of the outputs from 5 different committees. The judgments we're making will be informed by, but not at all determined by, these outside groups. My theory of the case in establishing the task forces were to pick people with extraordinary talent, depth of expertise, and a divergence of views inside every committee, so they too can have a family fight. This is not outsourcing to people that aren't known and haven't been vetted. This is seeing whether new ideas can catalyze a broader, better, more informed discussion inside the room. And I'm very confident that we're going to be able to do that. I am impressed by the credentials of these 15 people. And full disclosure, I've known almost all of them for a very long time. And I think they're going to give their best views on the subject. But ultimately, these are decisions we're going to make, and we're accountable to our oversight committees and to the remit Congress gave us to deliver.
Hi, Ann Saphir with Reuters. Nice to see you again. So I need a little help here, too. You've said repeatedly you have no tolerance for inflation. And yet we are seeing above target inflation repeatedly for 5 years and through your term so far. And sure, you have no magic wand, but you have not taken action. You just gave us a little peek at your reaction function as well. You said that if underlying inflation is rising, that you would tend to think that you might need to tighten. And with the exception of the most recent inflation print, that is what we've been seeing. So could you explain what you mean by no tolerance for inflation and what you plan to do about it?
Sure. So, Ann, I hear from you what I hear more broadly from households and businesses: impatience. Deliver it already. This is not an excuse. This is a fact. This FOMC, this board has been in business for 8.5 weeks. The patience, the impatience that households and businesses feel have been going on for 63 months. We are on the job. We will deliver. We are focused like a laser on making sure we can do it. But the suggestion that we're going to be able to do it with our magic wand is one I want to disabuse you and everyone else of. But the discussion in the last 2 days give me more confidence even than I had 8.5 weeks ago. This team that we have at the FOMC, the support that we have from board staff, and the new hard questions we're asking, we need to resolve those. And as we resolve those questions, get smarter on those, we're going to deliver on the remit. You don't have to take my word for it. If you look broadly at market prices, they are certainly not saying all clear, but they are working in concert to keep us on our toes, and they have tightened financial conditions in this intra-meeting period, and that has given us that has provided us some comfort that we've got the ability and capability to deliver.
And is your read or your, I guess, faith in markets' ability to sort of make a judgment and then you to take signal from that judgment, how does that affect you when you come up on the September meeting and markets are seeing a near 100% chance of a rate hike as they see now? How does that feed into your decision-making and your thinking?
So we're not going to be constrained by market prices. We're not going to be constrained or take verbatim from what the market's doing. But I think it's useful and to understand that markets can be a very good source of information. Not a determinative source, not a perfect source. But if we're trying to land the plane and deliver 2% inflation, and we take a very useful source of information and we get it all fogged up by giving it our own forecasts, by providing rolling commentary, I can assure you that we're going to have less information, less ability to land the plane successfully and deliver price stability. We're just trying to make sure that that source of information is as direct and unfiltered as possible. It isn't to the exclusion of data sources and opinions and other surveys. But if you're hearing from me, we wanted to make sure we were getting a better source of information. I think in a relatively short time we are.
We'll go to Brian Chung for the last question.
Hi there, Chairman Warsh. Brian Chung with NBC News. So you said you'd be open to having press conferences when there's news to make. So today, no change to rates, no forward guidance. For the average household, I guess, what was the news today?
So apparently it was news that I had a press conference. Let me just see if I can offer some clarity on that. Between now and year end, my predecessors and the Federal Reserve committed to press conferences this year. I'm committing to press conferences this year. That might be news to the people in this room and of no particular interest to your viewers and your readers back at home. What I can offer as assurance is that the Fed's on the case, that this Fed chairman feels better about this board and this committee's ability to deliver than I did when I showed up here on the first day, and I showed up pretty confident. I've been heartened by the reception that I received. No doubt in some of your commentaries today, you'll talk about a divided Federal Reserve. Boy, that's not the feeling I felt the last couple of days and the couple of days before it. What I felt was a group of professionals, all with different perspectives, different views, different judgments, but eager to roll up their sleeves and have a family fight, and eager to reform the way in which the Fed does policy, a keenness and open-mindedness and curiosity about that, so we have a far better chance to deliver on the remit that Congress gave us. And so I want to leave you with the optimism of a new central banker that we're committed as ever to deliver and to offer an assurance we will. Thank you all very much.
All right, finally, that is over. Very boring conference from Kevin Warsh. Was not interesting whatsoever, did not move the market whatsoever, really. Though Bitcoin is just kind of sitting at the mid 64,000 region right now. What if is sending it, though? What if is absolutely sending it? I think that potentially there's some whales who were, waiting for the FOMC to all be over before they deployed, because there's always a risk, right? We are live today for a very long time, so stay tuned, guys. Don't go anywhere. I believe I'll be bringing on a special guest as well for part of the live stream, which will be great. But we're here to talk today about, first of all, the FOMC that we just experienced, the rate decision and the conference. I'll be giving my thoughts on that in just a moment. We'll also be live for the Robinhood earnings and, even more importantly, the speech from Vlad. So there's going to be a speech from Vlad, and if he mentions in any way, shape, or form meme coins on Robinhood chain, I think they'll absolutely explode. Everyone will buy in. So it's going to be a really, really important earnings call, and I'm looking forward to hearing it. So we just had the press conference from Kevin Warsh. Overall, I would say it was quite boring. He didn't really give too much information, and I think we're starting to learn that that is his style. Compared to Powell, he is a bit more boring, and I didn't think we could get more boring than Powell, to be honest, because I thought Powell was pretty boring. But I think these guys, they basically get told, look, don't spook the markets. Just be monotonous, be boring, and make sure there's no headlines, essentially. It's almost like they tell them, don't make a headline. Just go out there, play it safe, and make sure there's no news headlines afterwards. And that's pretty much what he did. He did at the start really focus on inflation, which I've noticed he does. He talks a lot about inflation, but look, they haven't hiked. So he started off kind of hawkish, focusing on inflation and saying that they are going to basically stick to their goal. we had a little sell-off, and then we started to rally back up. But yeah, really a nothing burger, guys. And I expected a bit more volatility from this one, to be honest. But again, another nothing burger. Bitcoin's at 64,200. Remember, you can see quite big moves the hour after the press conference. There's been times where we've thought it was a nothing burger, and then an hour later, you get a massive move down or sometimes a massive move up. So we still have to be prepared because there could be still a big move to come since it has just finished. So yeah, that is it. For those of you just joining, the press conference has ended. I would say Wash was kind of neutral overall, but the decision was to not hike rates, which obviously is bullish. We could take a quick look at Polymarket and see if the figures have shifted there for the September decision. Let's take a look at that. So Polymarket is giving a 53% chance of a rate increase in September and a 44% chance of no change. So that's bullish to me. Guys, that's bullish. The chances of an increase have slightly decreased since I last checked anyway. So the next one is really 50-50. That's the way it's looking. The next decision's pretty much 50-50. It could go either way. Let me know your thoughts on the decision. Let me know your thoughts on the way Wash spoke. By the way, he said the words "what if" many, many times. I don't know if you guys noticed, but he said the words "if," the word "if," he said many times. It was just constantly if, constantly. I think he used that word more than anything else. So it's not a surprise to me that what if is getting a little bounce here. It's trending number 6 on Dex Screener. You know, if the volume can come up here, I think we could potentially hit the top 3 trending. But what if is getting a nice bounce? We had a $7,600 buy come in 7 minutes ago, which is obviously bullish. We're on CoinGecko now, up 22% today. That's good to see. All the information's updated on CoinGecko. 7.5 mil market cap, $813,000 in trading volume, so almost $1 million. I think the trading volume is going to go up quite a lot in the coming days. Circulating supply 914. So overall looking very, very good. And by the way, the supply is getting burnt. That's another thing to mention. The supply is getting burnt for what if, which is very bullish, creates a supply shock. So you have the supply getting burnt. You have an updated website now, which looks super clean, by the way, I must say. You have multiple influencers talking about it. I don't know if you guys saw on X, Crypto Lifer posting about it. Again, so good to see Lifer really bullish on this thing. Let's here we go. Sam Price, Crypto Lifer. Where did he post about it? Crypto Lifer. Here we go. Yeah, he did a post on what if, basically saying that it looks like it's going to move up to 0.0187. So he sees it basically hitting a 20 mil market cap. I then replied to his post and said, what if this explodes and gets a Robinhood listing? He said high odds. So he thinks there's a high odd. He thinks there's a high probability that this gets on Robinhood and it explodes. You know, that's super, super bullish, man. That's insane. And, you know, he hasn't been paid tokens or anything. He's just bullish. He sees the potential in the movement. Gotta love it. I expect the market to tank, says Shash. Is Tau a good buy around these prices? Let's take a look. Bitensa Tau. So Bitensa has had a bit of a sell-off, and I'm watching this trend line here very closely because that's where I bought it. In fact, I bought it slightly lower. I bought Bitensa Tau at 145. That's where I got in. And I actually thought that this would purely be a wick and we come back up. So it was kind of risky business buying it there, but I thought it would be a wick and that it would eventually get eaten up. We throw the fibs on here. Around 786. So I'm expecting a move down on Tau, probably to 157 or so. That would be my target. And then I would expect another bounce. You know, there was a little bit of FUD around one of the subnets, and that caused the dump. And it lost some of the momentum and the hype because of that. But Tau is still very much a serious project. Still very bullish on it. And in fact, if it comes back down there, I might even buy some more. Crypto Genius says that Wash is a monotonous robot. Betensor says he's very optimistic, but is careful with getting carried away as it could bite him in the ass. Yeah. He can't be too bullish, right? Because it could come back to bite him, like you said. So what were your guys' overall thoughts on the press conference? What if my hairline was as straight as Kevin Wash's? I know, man. That hairline is crazy. It's insane. There is nothing positive in his speech. I don't know if I quite agree with that. I mean, look, a lot of people were thinking they were going to hike rates today. They didn't. And the chances of a rate hike in September has slightly decreased. It's now sat at a 53% chance. So, you know, we're pretty much looking at 50-50 on whether they hike or whether they pause. 50-50 is pretty much the verdict. And, you know, if they pause, again, that would be very bullish. Now, there is a scenario where you get a bottom on Bitcoin somewhere around that September to October period because you have two FOMCs. So if they were to hike in September or they were to hike in October, that could, in theory, mark the bottom for Bitcoin. Just like sometimes when they start cutting, that can mark the top. When they start cutting lows, that can mark the top. When they start hiking, that can sometimes signal a bottom. You know, you wouldn't think of it like that. You'd think that hiking would be long-term bearish, but quite often these things get priced in way in advance. And if there was to be a hike in September, maybe a bottom would follow that pretty closely. So, yeah, chances of an increase decreasing for September, which is good. That is good news. So coming out of this, I'm quite optimistic. So I don't know what you're saying about, you know, nothing positive to look at here. First of all, they didn't hike. And second of all, the chances of a hike in September are going down. So overall, everything seems to be okay. We survived. Now, Bitcoin doesn't really think that way. Bitcoin's obviously coming down, which is weird to me. I mean, based off what I've just seen, I would expect that to some degree a moderate pump. I mean, it doesn't have to be all the way up to 70K, but I would expect somewhat of a pump based off that that conference and that decision. But maybe the pump will come a little bit later, right? Maybe the pump will come later. There is a bit of an M pattern there on the 5 minute for Bitcoin. See that? So maybe we come straight back down to where we were and then we start heading up. But overall, that was a nothing burger FOMC. Like, people went into this thinking there would be a big, massive move. And we've basically just ended up back to where we were before it started. So it just feels like a waste of time. All of that for nothing, essentially. But guys, stay on the stream. We've got a long stream for you tonight. This is going to be a very big one because we have coming up the earnings for Robinhood and we have the earnings call, which I personally believe could signal a huge move to the Robinhood meme coins. Imagine Vlad starts talking about memes, because it's possible, right? In his last earnings, he spoke a lot about crypto. He spoke a lot about tokenization. So if they do that on the next one and they talk about memes, just if he mentions the word memes, I think we'll pump. Just a mention of the word meme, I think this what if token will skyrocket. And it's on the brink of a breakout. Like, everyone can see this chart and everyone can see it's literally just waiting for the green light to just skyrocket here. That's what it's doing. Structurally, it's looking great. It's just in accumulation. People have just been buying here, getting their bags ready. And you're going to have some sort of event that's going to skyrocket. That's what I believe. Something's going to come out and it's going to push it. What if he mentions what if? There you go. If he mentions the words what if, then we'll absolutely explode. Exit. I'm not going to review that coin because it has 100K market cap. So I appreciate your $5, but I'm not going to be reviewing random microcaps that I haven't looked into before. It's too risky. If I looked into it and done some research on the contract and the holders, then yeah, fine. I'll take a look at it. But I'm not going to be blindly viewing a project that has a market cap that's tiny on this show. What if we all buy? Crypto Millie had a great video with Invest with Doc, and they covered Tau and IV. More influencers are jumping on board the IV movement. Yeah, there you go, right? I'm seeing every single day a new influencer talk about what if. Every single day. It started off with just me. Then I think it was Crypto Millie. Then Crypto Lifer. I think Crypto Galaxy had good things to say about it. Crypto Future. Everyone gets it at the price they deserve. But I think even if you're getting it here, it's still very cheap. 8 mil market cap. I think some of these Robinhood memes are going to potentially hit billions. Let's take a look at Pipe Dog. So Pipe Dog's having a bit of a pullback here. Maybe that's why we're not seeing a major move with the Robinhood memes just yet. So this actually flipped Cash Cat. I'd be looking for a move down to 37 million potentially on Pipe Dog. And then if it can get a bounce and form a higher high, that would be very bullish. I think a lot of these memes on Robinhood are probably just waiting for Vlad to start speaking, because this will be the first time, I believe, that we've heard him speak on an earnings call since the Robinhood chain has been born. This will be the first time. What if Vlad says the words, what if? Exactly. If he just says those words, even if he's not referring to the meme, even if he just says, what if, and he's not even referring to the meme coin, if he just says those words, everyone's going to buy. That's what will happen. And that's the beauty of this movement, is that the words what if are so powerful, they're so commonly used, that if anyone famous says these words, the meme will probably pump. And that's the beauty with this thing. Whereas, like, who's going to say a random cat name? Who's going to say a random dog name? No celebrity is going to say that, right? Or it's very unlikely. Whereas what if those words will be repeated for years and years and years? So, I mean, Trump said it, right? Who remembers when Trump said it? Who remembers when Trump said it to Zelensky? Do you remember that? Or was it to a journalist? That went viral. Could you imagine if this meme coin was around back then? It would have hit 100 million just from that. That heated debate in the White House, in the Oval Office. So this is the power of what if. You know, I don't even have to explain the rationale behind it. I think most people just get it. It just clicks instantly. And that's what happened with Sam Price. That's what happened with Crypto Lifer. He just said the words and he understood it instantly. And based off his TA, we should be getting a breakout up to 0.018, which if I go on the price chart, 0.018, it's all the way up there. That would be over 2x from here. That's what Crypto Life is seeing. And he is a technical analyst. That is his trade. He is a trader. And he's seeing it. And I agree with him. 100% agree. Very smart guy. And he's been spot on with what if as well. So you've got to go show him some support. Okay. Yeah, big shout out to Crypto Lifer. If just crossed 2,000 holders. Gem Insider. Damn, this guy has 166k followers. Let me follow this guy. What if everyone is staring at the wrong chart? I checked through the major Hood memes, and IV is quietly one of the strongest charts on Hood right now. The narrative around 3 a.m., what if, thoughts is simple. It's simple, memorable, and something that you, me, and every degen relates to. Sometimes all a meme needs when liquidity starts rotating back. Sometimes that's all a meme needs when liquidity starts rotating back. Can I read? Oh my God. Feels like people are going to notice this a little later than they should. What if this is the next Hood meme to make everyone ask, why didn't I buy earlier? So this is an account with 166k followers posting about what if, bull posting. Crazy. And by the way, it works on X now. If you type what if with the ticker, it comes up 7.2 mil market cap. So, yeah, great to see so many people talking about it. It's at an 8.2 mil market cap, actually. That's the updated figure. Big things are coming for what if. See if anyone else is talking about this thing. Obviously, we have the X spaces. Should we do an X space tonight? I don't know. I feel like we should, but I'm kind of busy all night with this stream. We have the Robinhood earnings in 20 minutes. And then about an hour later, they're going to be doing the speech or the conference. What if everyone clicks the like button to support Archie? I appreciate that. What's wrong with Pal AI? I just checked today. Man, I don't look at Pal AI. What happened to that? Do people still talk about that? I remember when loads of people were shilling this thing. I was never really bullish. Oh my God, look at that chart. You see, all these AI coins that people were buying were just complete garbage. Like, they had no use case. They were just pure and utter garbage. Terrible. Crap. Awful. I mean, look at this chart. And I was telling everyone not to buy Pal AI. It's down 99.5%. You couldn't go down lower, pretty much. I couldn't create a worse chart if I tried. I couldn't make a worse chart if I tried. It's the worst looking chart I've ever seen in my life. Awful. Terrible. And I told everyone not to buy this thing when people were, oh my God, look at Pal AI, best AI coin out there. I told everyone not to buy it in 2024 when everyone was getting hyped up by this garbage, by this nonsense. Told everyone on my channel. Tau, on the other hand, has maintained structure. Now, yes, it's come down a bit, but it's maintained a very nice structure. Look at the difference between Tau and freaking Pal AI. It's apples and oranges. The dip of the dip of the dip. Yeah, it just looks awful, man. And this was a big influencer-backed coin, Pal AI. I mean, you could say that it's like, I mean, it's just in a, it just looks awful. I mean, you could have some hopium and say, oh, look, it's in some form of a wedge. But I think that's just cope, to be honest. I mean, look, everything in a bull run runs. So I wouldn't be surprised if it has a little bit of a pump in a bull run or something. But man, the chart looks well and truly cooked. So Bitcoin basically has fulfilled that M pattern that we were looking at. Pretty much looks like an M pattern there on the 5 minute. Let's see if we can get a bounce here now and start to push up. That would be nice. If you guys haven't already, create an account on Blowfin as well. There's a link down below. It's the exchange I trade on. And I also wanted to mention the Breakout exchange. Well, not exchange, it's a prop firm. So check out Breakout. There is a link down below. And the benefit of Breakout compared to an exchange is that you don't need much startup capital. You can literally put $1,000 down, $2,000 down, and you have access to 6 figures. Use the code Archie for a massive discount. I think there's a big discount at the moment. So yeah, check out Breakout Prop Firm. Big fan. It's backed by Kraken. You can see here, right? If you want to trade with 200 grand, you literally only need $1,000. So that capital bottleneck is gone. So yeah, check that out. Link down below. All right, guys. So what if is looking very strong here. Buys are stepping in. We might be bringing on a special guest to talk about it as well. I mean, if Bitcoin gets a bounce here, if Bitcoin gets a bounce, the Robinhood memes are going to go crazy. And like I've said many times on this stream already, if Vlad in any way if he refers to meme coin activity on chain in this earnings call, it will go crazy. What if will just explode like you've never seen before if he refers to that. So structurally, we're looking great. The sellers are being punished. Exchange listings are around the corner. Trending number 6 on Dex Screener. 7.6 mil market cap. Just looking great, guys. Just looking amazing. And we might even do an X space later on as well. So let's see what Bitcoin does here, but it should get a bounce. Let's check Ethereum, because if we're bullish on Robinhood memes, we obviously want Ethereum to do well. So Ethereum moving a bit more volatile than Bitcoin, that's expected. Big move up, big move down, big move up again, coming back down. You would hope it holds this base here, Ethereum. So you're hoping Ethereum can hold that base, hold that floor. If it can hold that floor, then the M pattern would be fulfilled, and then we can get a move to the upside. Textbook M pattern, guys. You see these play out all the time on the shorter time frames and on the bigger time frames. Exit flip, thanks for the $10. I'll check it out in my own time, and I appreciate the donations. I just can't look at something that's super small without vetting it beforehand. How have you added IV to WETH on TradingView? I'm not looking at the chart on TradingView. I'm looking at the chart on Dex Screener. So if you just go to Dex Screener and then you search what if, it will come up. It's the one with the 600 boost at the moment, which is the maximum boost you can do. And 7.6 mil market cap, it says on there. And by the way, talking about boosts, I mean, look at all these coins. None of them have a 600 boost. Woodcat, 50. Don't know what the hell that is. Woof, none. Ninehood, none. Asteroid, none. Pipe Dog, none. What if has a 600 boost? Fauci has a 30 boost. Apes, no boost. Shitcoin, no boost. Fox, no boost. Cashcat, no boost. Pons, no boost. I mean, look, guys, even the ones that have boosts, it's like a 30 boost. Pretty much all of these are just broke teams. They have no money to throw at marketing, no money to throw at boosts. The What If team has money. The whales backing this have a lot of money to throw at marketing. And I'm one of them. I've threw probably over 25K towards marketing so far. And I've only just began. I've literally only just began. I probably have another... I shouldn't say actually, but I have more money I can throw towards the marketing, right? To the team to help out with marketing, help out get listings and stuff like that. You know, I found this at 40K market cap. This is a community takeover. I found it at 40K. And I essentially thought, look, this has a lot of potential. I can get in early. I got in super early, right at the bottom. And now I'm up a lot of money. It's within my interest for this to keep going up, right? And I'm not going to sell tokens to fund marketing. I don't need to do that. I can fund marketing through my own USDT. There's no necessity for me or any of the other big whales in this to sell tokens to fund marketing. We can do it from our own stablecoin positions. So there's not going to be a massive downward pressure in price in order to fund marketing, which is what really hurts most meme coins. And Crypto Millie touched on this. In order to fund their exchanges, they sell all of their tokens. That's what they do. They sell all of their tokens, or loads of their tokens. Obviously not all, but they sell a lot of their tokens to fund listings. That creates a downward pressure in price. And then you're relying on the demand factor from the listing to exceed the sell. So let's say a listing costs 500K. You want to get listed on a good exchange. It costs 500K. They sell 500K in tokens to fund that listing. Now you're relying on 500K or more of buys to step in to push the price back up. Now, if that's a red day in the market and you've just dumped 500K and you're relying on people to buy in and they end up selling, well, then you end up getting a listing and the price doesn't even go up after the listing because you sold the tokens to fund it and then the buyers didn't step in to push it up. Whereas what if isn't going to have that same pressure. What if it's Millie? There you go. Crypto Millie could be joining us. Crypto Millie should be joining us, I believe. I mean, he hasn't fully confirmed it, but he did get back to me. So there's a chance that he does go ahead and join us. Mashtag music. The what if on Solana is a copycat scam. Yeah, beware, guys, of copycats. There is another what if, and they're using my clips on my streams to try and push the token. Bear in mind, I am not supporting the Solana what if. It is the one on Robinhood that I am bullish on. Hello, Archie. Are you ever going to buy Cashcat? Possibly one day, but right now I just don't see the need in Cashcat when you've got something that looks way better from a chart point of view. Like, look at Cashcat. It just looks really weak, if I'm going to be honest. Like, it should have bounced by now. It will bounce at some point, but, like, it's a massive falling knife. It's a huge falling knife. It just keeps going down and down and down and down and down. It's like, why would you buy this when what if looks way more bullish from a chart point of view? And you're way earlier in the growth stage from a chart point of view as well with what if. The point that we're at right now in terms of what if is the same point that Cashcat was at before it had an explosive move. Do you see the similarity? Let me get rid of this for a second. Do you see the similarity between what if and Cashcat? So what if hit 10 million, it rejected, and then it came down to 2 million. Cashcat, same thing. See the similarity? So it's like, why would I buy Cashcat now when there's something that is basically looking identical chart-wise and it's way earlier on in its growth stage? Cashcat did the same thing. Rejected 10 million, came down to 2 million, consolidated for a while, and then had the biggest explosive move you've ever seen in a crypto. Look at that. That's what could be ahead of us for what if. I'm not saying it's a guarantee. I'm just saying what if. What if that's ahead of us? What if that's coming? Because the similarities are clear, and it's not just me who sees this. A lot of other people are seeing this. That's all I'm saying. What if this is the move that what if is going to do? It looks like it to me. Really looks like it to me. But we have in 50 minutes the earnings call. So we're going to be hearing from Vlad and Shiv. Looking forward to that. We have the actual earnings from Robinhood in just 7 minutes. Just 7 minutes, we're going to be getting the earnings. What if is like Brett? Yeah, what if is similar to Brett, but it might not be what if that becomes the premier meme on Robinhood. Like, it's still early days. I've seen times where everyone thought one meme would be the premier meme and would be the blue chip meme on that chain, and then it changes, right? Everyone thinks it's going to be one thing, and then all of a sudden a new one pops around, has better backing, has more lore, and then it overtakes it. And that's what's happened so far with Pipe Dog. Now, I would stay away from Pipe Dog personally. It could pump, but I've looked at the wallets, and it is quite risky looking at the wallets. There's a big risk there to me. So I wouldn't buy it, but it could pump. You know, it could pump quite nicely. So I guess CashCat could be the blue chip and remain the blue chip, but there's always that chance that something new comes around and flips it. It could be Pipe Dog. It could be What If. It could be anything. There's always a chance something else can come around and flip it. So you got to be aware of that. But there will be a Brett for Robinhood Chain. There absolutely will be a Brett for Robinhood Chain. Because Brett went to over $1 billion. That was on Coinbase Chain. That was on Base. Robinhood Chain has even more bullish fundamentals than Coinbase Chain. I'll say that again. Robinhood Chain has better fundamentals than Base Chain. Why? Number one, because of Vlad compared to Brian Armstrong. I think he'll back it more. But number two, and the most important point, is Coinbase's ability to only attract crypto natives compared to Robinhood's ability to attract non-crypto natives. Robinhood has the ability to attract people from the equity market, retail investors from the stock market, over to crypto. So Robinhood Chain's fundamentals are way stronger, in my opinion, than Coinbase. Not to mention as well the market cap difference. Robinhood is double the market cap of Coinbase as a company. So it's just a bigger company, more money to market. You know, it just makes sense, man. I haven't seen a narrative as strong as this. I think the reason What If isn't at $1 billion and CashCat isn't at $1 billion is because we're still just so early. It just came out. And most people aren't even aware of this narrative yet. Like, retail investors haven't even gotten on board with this yet. This is 18 days old, guys. It's still early days. Meme coins can take multiple months before they reach their highs. We're just so early in the growth stage. It's crazy. For now, the only Robinhood Chain coin to hold is What If. I agree. It's got the most organic chart, and it's the one with the most lore as well. You know, not only is this chart the best looking chart, but the meme is the best as well. It's the best narrative. Like, what if? What if this is the next Brett? What if this is the next Pepe? What if this goes to $1 billion? What if you 100x on this? Well, I did. 200x actually. But you know, those are the questions in people's minds. What if this is the next 100x? What if this is the next 1000x? I strongly believe I'll make 1000x on What If. Strongly believe that. Strongly believe that I will make 1000x on What If. And it's going to go down as one of the most legendary calls in all of crypto. People will look back in years to come and say that this was the best call ever in crypto. I truly believe that. Call me delusional, call me big-headed, call me crazy. I don't care. People were saying that to me when I was talking about this at 40K market cap, saying it would go to 10 million. They were saying, it's not going to happen. This chain's dead. We're going back to Solana straight away. It didn't happen, guys. CashCat also started its parabolic move on the 6th day after the $10 million consolidation. Today is the 6th day since What If pushed to 10 million. How about that? The 6th day. It's all lining up. So today is probably going to be the day we get that breakout. Not a guarantee, obviously. Anything can happen. It's meme coins. but today looks like it's going to be the day. Can you explain the boosts? Yeah, so you could pay money to basically boost the coins. And what a boost does is it puts it right to the top trending list on Dex Screener. So it helps visibility and shows that obviously the team have a lot of money to market. What If has had maximum boosts pretty much every single day. Almost every day I've looked at it, it's had maximum boosts. This current boost that's on here costs around $5,000, I believe, in total. So just today, just in the last 24 hours, I personally put $5,000 on boosting this. Some of the boosts, other whales have helped out, but this particular boost, I just said, screw it. You know, let's put $5,000 on boosting it. Why not? Let's do it. Let's get it boosted. So, you know, sometimes whales help out. Sometimes I just do it, but anyone can boost it. You can go boost it now if you want. Anyone can go boost it right now. You just go on Dex Screener, you click boost, and you do it. See? You can see the prices. It's the most relatable meme coin for sure globally. Definitely agree with that. All right, guys, 1 minute until Robinhood earnings. 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. Let's see where we can find this. Are they going to announce it on here? Robinhood earnings. Is it in 1 minute? Yeah, it should be. Robinhood should have just released earnings. I don't know what. Here we go. The earnings correspondent. Still not out yet. Still not out yet. Still not out yet. So Qualcomm's earnings are out. We should be getting Robinhood's earnings any moment, guys. We can see if they were bullish. $20 donation from Waterview says, hey, Archie, and thank you so much for taking money out of your pocket for the community. Also, I'm not quite sure when you guys sleep. Wishing everyone all the best. Yeah, thank you, man. I don't really sleep, to be honest. Microsoft earnings out, Meta earnings out. These are big. So Meta beat on revenue, missed on EPS. Microsoft beat on both. So Microsoft beat on both. That's pretty positive. But yeah, I would guess in terms of boosts for What If, I've probably put 30K on boosts almost on What If. I would guess I've threw 30K on boosts almost for What If. And you know what? I'll throw another 30K. If I still see this community pushing, I still see people working for their bags, and I still believe in this, which I will. I don't see myself losing conviction in this. You know, as long as everyone keeps pushing and this community keeps growing, like I'll just continue throwing the money towards the boost to help everyone out. Helps my bags, helps your bags, helps everyone's bags, right? That's what it's about. Obviously, don't invest what you can't afford to lose. It's risky. So we got Microsoft and Meta earnings. Let's see if that's moving Ethereum at all. Ethereum dropping down. Interesting. So look, guys, What If doesn't even care. Bitcoin and Ethereum both dropping, and What If just keeps pumping. So yeah, Bitcoin actually lost the M pattern support. Bitcoin lost the M pattern support. Now it's on a golden pocket. Every FOMC, I swear, we sell off. Have we ever seen a bullish FOMC in the last, like, 2 years? Like, when was the last super bullish FOMC? It just seems like every time we sell off. And I was actually going into this one optimistic. I mean, we could still pump. Like, we're at a golden pocket here. We can still pump for sure. But I was thinking maybe this one would be a bit more optimistic, considering they didn't hike, considering, you know, the chances of a hike in September have decreased. We should be pumping now, unless it's geopolitical tensions that are causing it. But yeah, thank you, JR. Good to see you. And I want to give a big shout out to him. He's very active in the What If Telegram group. He's a very active member of the What If community. But yeah, this is just the same old story, guys. Crypto going down, What If going up. That's how it works. What If just doesn't care about everything else. It really doesn't. Just looks like it's on a one-way mission to the moon and does not care what anyone else has to think about it. So we have the Robinhood earnings, I believe. Let me just check. Let me just update this, see if we've got it. Still no earnings from this account. Microsoft earnings. Microsoft's up 3.3% in the after hours. Well, Meta down 8%. That could be a good buy the dip on Meta. Meta's always volatile on earning days. Always. I love what you're doing for the Robinhood, for the What If community. No problem, man. What if everyone is sleeping on the biggest meme of the cycle? Exactly. This could be. You know, what if? I mean, it's holding up whilst everything else is tanking right now. So it's clearly showing its strength. And you don't have to be a genius just to look at this chart and see that it looks bullish. Anyone can just look at this chart and say, wow, look how organic and clean that looks. It's actually insane. And I think the biggest move yet is yet to come. That massive move that Cash Cat had when it broke 10 million, that's on its way by the looks of things. Pipe Dog dropping. Look, guys, everything's dropping. Pipe Dog's dropping. Bitcoin's dropping. Ethereum's dropping. Everything's dropping apart from What If right now. Everything. Now, with that said, I'm hoping Bitcoin gets a bounce at this golden pocket. Because if it doesn't, it's coming back down to 62.6K. So I'm hoping we bounce here. That entire FOMC was a nothing burger. All the gains were basically erased. Starbucks earnings. Oh, Robinhood earnings. There we go. So Robinhood beat by 44% on their EPS, and they beat on their revenue by 2%. That is bullish for Robinhood. Let's see how it's moving in the after hours. But that is very, very bullish for Robinhood. And we have the earnings call, guys, coming up in less than an hour. I am so hyped for that because that, to me, is the thing I've been looking forward to most today. I'd be lying if I said I was looking forward to the FOMC. I was really just looking forward to listening to Vlad and listening to him hype the hell out of Robinhood Chain, which I think is what he's going to do. I think he's really going to boast about Robinhood Chain. and how it's been a massive success so far, how it's early stages, how they've got tokenization coming, how they're dominating in memes. You know, if he says that they're doing big things with the meme coin side of things, oh my God, that will absolutely send what if. If he just mentions the word memes. So the two things I'm waiting for, or hoping for him to say, number one is memes, or meme coins, anything to do with meme coins. That will send all the Robinhood memes through the roof. The other thing I'm hoping he says is just the words what if. It doesn't have to directly relate to the what if meme. But if he says the words what if, everyone's going to think he's indirectly hinting at it, right? So those are the two things I'm really looking out for. The phrase what if and any reference to memes. And I think he might refer to memes, to be honest. He already has on his X account. I see no reason why he wouldn't mention it when talking about the Robinhood chain. So good earnings for Robinhood. We're starting off with good earnings. Let's hope that there's a good earnings call as well. So we have double the fun. But what if is breaking out here by the looks of it? It's getting very close to that. Very, very close to that resistance level. Get a push above that. All-time highs are imminent. Bitcoin still looking red. Still looking red for Bitcoin. Look at Bitcoin, showing no strength at the moment. Compare that to what if, it's crazy. The side-by-side comparison. This is what if on the 15-minute. Bitcoin on the 15-minute. See the difference? Crazy stuff. Robinhood ecosystem will pump with these earnings. That's the way we need to see this, right? It's all about Robinhood. And then if Robinhood does well, their chain will do well. If their chain does well, their memes will do well. If their memes do well, what if will do well, and we'll all make money. So it's like that ripple effect. Now, I think the earnings are somewhat important, but the main area of importance for me is the speech that Vlad gives and the questions that he answers. Like I said, any reference to meme coins, any reference to what if, even indirectly, is going to pump this thing because everyone's going to be watching it. All the meme degens for the Robinhood chain are all going to be watching this speech coming up in just under 50 minutes. Just under 50 minutes. So let's go through some more X posts. Let's get the raids going, guys. Love to do it. Love to just go through X and show some support to the what if community. Love to do it. So we'll go on X and just see if anyone is bull posting for the best meme in crypto at the moment. So we got a post here from Leonardo the Trader. Shout out to him. What if this happens post FOMC? I think it will. I think this will happen probably in the next few hours. just by the looks of the chart, it looks ready for a breakout. It, you know, had Bitcoin have reacted more positively to the FOMC, I think what if would be at 15 million right now. Like if Bitcoin pumped, what if would be at like 15 million at the moment. But because Bitcoin just dumped, it's only pumped slightly. Because Bitcoin went down, what if has only pumped slightly. How much of a pump have we had? So we've pumped like 21% just recently here. And that's with Bitcoin dumping. That's with Bitcoin going down. If Bitcoin went up, I think we would be at 15 million right now. So what I'm saying is that if Bitcoin is to bounce here and this is the floor, then I genuinely could see what if just push up to 15 million and catapult up. So guys, look, this is no joke. There's people streaming this. You've got an account here with 2,400 people streaming this earnings. There's an account here with 9,000 people. 9,000 people watching this. The earnings for Robinhood. Everyone's paying attention to this. So big things could happen tonight, guys. If he comes out super pumped up, super hyped, and talks about meme coins in any way, shape, or form, it's going to skyrocket. Even if he doesn't talk about memes, just talking about Robinhood chain and the success of it so far should also pump us. But like I said, if he refers to memes, it'll be a next level pump. It'll be crazy. What if you finally believed in something? Exactly. Take a chance on one of the only true organic communities out there. Such a bullish chart for IV, I agree. I've just got here and you've been live for almost 2 hours. Yep, 2 hours and 30 minutes. And we're going to continue streaming for the speech from Vlad. Make sure to go hit the rocket emoji on deck screener. Yeah, that works. How many have we got? We've got 847 rockets. The rocket and the fire emoji, hit both of those. Not just the rocket. The fire is good as well. Both of those, you know, helps it out. Go on the market cap chart here. Price chart. Oh, so you can kind of see the burns, right? How much of a pump is that in price? 22%. Is it the same? 20%. So you can see the burns have actually had an effect. The burns are having an effect, guys. So to go to all-time highs, we don't need to pump as much in price as we do in market cap. That's interesting. That's because of the burns causing a supply shock. That's definitely the burns. How much of the supply has been burned? Does anyone know? Is it like, I don't want to guess. Does it say? How many dollars has been burned? Is it like 150K? 100K? How could Vlad not bring up the Robinhood chain? It would be tone deaf. Yeah, he's got to bring up the Robinhood chain, surely. He has to talk about it. It's literally the biggest news for Robinhood in a long time. And they're going to be tokenizing the entire stock market. I don't see any reason why he wouldn't bring it up. It's bullish for him. I mean, it's been a tremendous success. Let's face it. It's been a massive success. And it's only just began. The Robinhood chain has only just launched, and already it's rivaling Solana. This isn't a joke. You go on Deck Screener, it's 70% Robinhood memes right now. Solana's panicking. And I think there's Solana degens getting paid to FUD Robinhood chain. I'm not paid by anyone. I've never been paid by a crypto project. I've never been paid by a meme token. I've never been paid by a blockchain. Only things I've ever been paid by is my own trades and exchanges and my own crypto group where you can follow my alerts. It's a conflict of interest if I get paid by devs to shill things. But what I do think is going on is there is an active FUD campaign going on against Robinhood chain, and they're going to lose. Anyone FUDding this chain is going to come back to bite their words. I can guarantee you. Robinhood is too big. Vlad is too ambitious for it to fail. And people are done with Solana for now. Now, Solana will come back. It will still have its time. But people are done with the Jeeting culture. People are sick of that. They just want to hold and they want to believe and they want to stick to one thing rather than just jeeting in and out every 5 seconds. They're sick of that. So this is truly different. 8.5% of the supply burn. 750K burn. There you go. 8.5% of the supply burnt. $750,000 burn. That is not a joke. That is where it makes a difference. You know, a lot of people go on about burns and they say it doesn't really make much difference. It's only minor. Guys, $750,000, that's not minor. 8.5% of the total supply burn, that is not minor. That is serious. For something that's only been out for 18 days, that's huge. And they're going to continue burning it, right? I mean, look at this. Up 23% in the last 24 hours, 14% in the last 6 hours, 5% in the last hour, 2.4% in the last 5 minutes. This is on top right now. Nothing's coming close. Nothing's coming close. Pipe Dog dropping, Bitcoin dropping, Ethereum dropping, Solana dropping, XRP dropping. Everything's dropping. Apart from one thing. That doesn't tell you how much strength this thing has, then I don't know what will. How does the burn work? Maybe you guys, maybe the people who know should mention it because I haven't really looked into it that much. The chart is in a massive ascending triangle, bullish, says Loki. 10 million coming, says Apex. 10 million? Is that it? Sounds like FUD. No, I think it's going way higher than 10 million. Maybe 10 million in the next 10 minutes. Who knows, man? Who knows? All I know is that this has lore. This has potential, and I haven't seen anything that's maybe this excited about crypto in a long time. It's been a long time since I've been this optimistic about crypto. And there's a lot of success stories. And we're closing in on all-time highs right now. Luthor by design says Vlad has to mention it because it will help the chain one way or another, and we all need the ammo we have against people who are intentionally holding it down. Yeah, so people are FUDding the Robinhood chain. Maybe, you know, Vlad's going to come out and talk good about it to counter that, like you're saying. When is the earnings call? When is Vlad speaking? Vlad is speaking in 20 minutes. Or just over 20 minutes. So stay tuned. Stay on the stream. Grab a coffee. It's going to be a good one. We're going to be watching the charts very closely of the Robinhood memes whilst Vlad is speaking, particularly what if, since that is the one that I personally hold. It's the only Robinhood meme I hold. And if you're interested in finding what if, I put a link in the description for those who don't know how to find it. Looking forward to Vlad's speech. Thanks to the extended stream, Archie. No problem. This is going to be my longest live stream ever, guys, by the time I end this. So hit the like button, share the stream, do all of that stuff to show appreciation. Because this is going to be the longest stream on record. And I've had my YouTube channel now for 4 years. 4 years plus, I think it is now. Over 4 years, and this will be the longest stream on record. So just a recap for anyone who missed the FOMC. They didn't change the rates, and it looks like the next meeting is pretty much anyone's guess. It's 50-50 pretty much. So not only did they not change the rates, which is bullish, the next meeting, the chances of a hike have actually slightly dropped. The chances of a hike have slightly dropped for the next meeting. That is bullish. Yet for some reason, the market reaction was a sell-off. Kind of weird. Don't quite understand the market reaction. And that's the thing. Sometimes the market is irrational with these sell-offs post-FOMC. Sometimes you can have a decent FOMC, nothing bearish was really said, no hike, everything kind of went okay, and yet the market dumps 2%. And you're like, why did that happen? What was the reason? Just can happen. Could be manipulation. And I'm not using those words lightly because a lot of people overuse the words manipulation. But sometimes things can look bullish and you just get a drop. Sometimes on good news, you can sell. Just how it works. It's not always black and white. It's not always clear. So Bitcoin dropped to the golden pocket, though. So we might get a bounce here. This might be a point where Bitcoin bounces. If Bitcoin can get a bounce and Vlad can talk about Robinhood chain and meme coins and maybe even say the words, what if? We're all getting super rich tonight. If all of those things happen, right? Big if. A big what if. You have small what ifs and then you have big what ifs, and that would be a big what if. If all those things go together. Trending number 5 on Deck Screener. See if we got any other posts about what if. See if anyone's talking about it. I don't see any posts myself. Oh, here we go. Crypto Matt. Shout out to Crypto Matt. What if has just hit 2K holders? That's bullish as well. There's a lot of people in the Telegram. David Goggins, Kobe Bryant, the epitome of the what if movement. There we go. Guys, this is how you show support to the community. Crypto Lifer as well. He put it on the line. He came out and said, "I'm bullish on what if. It looks good. It's for everyone." That was a risk, and he talked about it way lower than most people. So you got to give Crypto Lifer a lot of credit as well. His community got in, I believe, made them a lot of money. And he's seeing a massive move on the chart as well. This is from Crypto Lifer, one of the most reputable YouTubers in the space. He's gone live every single day. And he's seeing a move up to around 20 mil market cap. Crypto Life is seeing a move to around 20 mil market cap. He has how many followers? 42,000 followers. He's a beast, man. Absolute beast. So you got big accounts. We just saw an account earlier with like 160,000 followers. We got Crypto Lifer with 42,000 followers. I mean, who's next? Everyone's going to get it at the price they deserve. But right now, like, everyone's talking about it. My whole feed has just been taken over with what if. My whole entire feed. And then this is even more bullish. I said, what if this explodes and gets a Robinhood listing? He then said, high odds. Does he know something that I don't? Because he seems even more certain than me. Crazy. Massive shout out to Crypto Lifer. We've got to do a collab at some point to talk about the market, talk about what if, Robinhood chain. You know, he was early to Robinhood chain. A lot of people only just catching on, and that's fine because you're still early. If you're only just catching on to Robinhood chain right now, you are still early to the game. Very early indeed. It's literally a couple weeks old. How can you call it late when it's a couple weeks since its inception? It's anything but late. So Bitcoin dumping, what if pumping? That's been the general trend that I've been seeing the last few days. What if just doesn't care? Does not care. And could you imagine what it'd be doing if Bitcoin was pumping right now? I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know. Because it'd be too much money if Bitcoin was pumping right now. So just to let everyone know, we have Vlad coming on and speaking in about 15 minutes. Maybe it might be a little bit longer. Sometimes they just play a little bit of a song before it starts, you know, to get everyone warmed up since everyone will be waiting. But I'll be bringing all of that to you live. I'll be bringing you the Robinhood CEO speaking. They just had earnings, which were both good. The EPS and their revenue both look good to me. So let's hope that Vlad comes out. He talks about Robinhood chain a lot. He hypes it up. Talks about meme coins on Robinhood chain, maybe. There's a chance. And if he does that, everything will skyrocket, I think. You know, there's a chance he literally just straight up comes out and says, we've done great as a chain so far. We have this amount of volume on chain. And in terms of meme coins, we're doing very well. He's posted about meme coins before. He posted about meme coins on X. I'll pull it up for those of you who don't know. It is not out of the question for him to literally come out and talk about memes. Now, obviously, he's not going to talk about it the whole time, but just a mention, just a little mention about memes is going to send this thing skyrocketing. So Vlad Tenev. I mean, all of his posts have been about Robinhood chain. Robinhood chain is the fastest EVM chain to hit 100 TXNS transactions. This was my favorite one of all of them, guys. This was my favorite one out of all of them. When he came out and posted this, that's when you knew that, like, he's backing the meme coins. He's a meme coin guy. Vlad is a meme coin guy. Inside you, there are two wolves. Memes and RWAs. It's like he's putting them both, like, together, like they're equal. Like the meme coin wolf isn't tiny and then the RWA wolf is massive. No, they're both equal. They're both equal. Notice that? Like this is I would say subtle, but it's not. It's basically a direct statement saying, look, memes are going to freaking dominate on Robinhood chain. Pack your bags now. Get ready because I'm backing meme coins on this chain. That's what he's saying here to me. That's what I'm reading into this. This is a CEO of a massive company, an app which millions of retail investors use, and he's coming out and he's saying, look, I'm backing the memes. I'm the meme coin guy. That's what I see with this. So So excited for this earnings call. You know, I was somewhat looking forward to it earlier. I was definitely not looking forward to the FOMC that much, to be honest. But I was somewhat looking forward to this. And then now I've thought about it even more. I'm really looking forward to Vlad speaking. What else have we got? He did a post, right? So he did the wolf post, and then he did another one where he said that the chain is good for meme coins too. So this is going to be big, guys. I'm really looking forward to this in about 30 minutes, hearing from Vlad for the Robinhood chain earnings call. And guys, I am delighted to add to the show a great addition. We have Crypto Millie. What's good?
Hey man, oh man, you do this every time, man. You know, I don't know if you actually see me when I pop in, but you kind of like in the middle of something. You're like, okay, I can tell when you see that I'm here.
Yeah, bro. Sometimes I just look over and I see you join, and I've just got to finish my sentence. Other times, I'm like talking. I don't even realize you joined because I don't have the sound on the, the sound effect when you join. So it just comes up, and I see it pop up sometimes if I'm looking at the tab. But how are you doing, my brother?
I'm doing good, man. I'm here, man. I'm back at the lab, bro. It was hot today, like 100 degrees where I'm at, man.
Yeah, it's been a hot day here as well. I've got the AC on right now. I don't know if you can hear it, if it's annoying, but yeah, we've got a lot to discuss, bro. We've got this earnings call coming up with Vlad in about 30 minutes, which I'm going to listen to, and hopefully he talks about Robinhood chain. I mean, I think it would be crazy if he didn't. It's almost a guarantee that he talks about Robinhood chain. And hopefully he talks about meme coins on Robinhood chain. That would be even more bullish. I think that would send What If to a new all-time high. But before we get into memes, before we get into the earnings call and What If, I want to get your thoughts just on the Fed decision to hold off hiking. And I don't know if you caught the press conference. Have you got any reflections on that at all?
No, I just kind of like logged in, to be honest with you, Archie. I looked at, I kind of briefly went over the surface level of things on X, and I see that they kind of like left things the way that they are. So I pretty much expected that. You know, we've been here for a while, so you kind of get used to the FOMC and the volatility before the meeting. But yeah, back to what you were saying about Vlad, man. As long as he don't mention nothing about the hack, right? It should be bullish, but you never know. The way crypto is, sometimes things like that be bullish.
Yeah, I'm really optimistic going into this personally. This is the first earnings call they've done since Robinhood chain, was born.
Oh, wow.
And I just think that he's really going to boast about it. He's going to say that it's been a tremendous success so far. I just read earlier that Robinhood chain is the first EVM chain to hit 500,000 transactions, was it? No, 100 million, sorry. 100 million. So like this is a top tier chain, and you only have to go on Dex Screener and just look through what's going on with the trending coins. I know I say this all the time, but you just have to go look at the top trending coins. That can show you a lot about what's going on. And it is consistently Robinhood up there. Yeah, there's a few Solana ones here and there, but for the most part, Robinhood is right up there. So I think he's going to come out and he's going to say that it's been a tremendous success so far. And basically that they're aiming to be the top L2, or the top EVM chain, essentially. What do you think?
I think it's a top chain. I absolutely agree 110%. And you know, the good thing about Robinhood chain is it doesn't have like that negative connotation of it. Like, yeah, we know like Solana is good, it's fast, it's great for execution, whatever, but it has like that like negative connotation because of all of the dang scams and rugs and just bad actors. But Robinhood chain doesn't quite have that. And it's just it's frictionless, right? Anybody that already uses Robinhood, and I'm seeing it already. I'm seeing it already when I make videos, when I see other people make videos, instantly people understand Robinhood chain. So like I say this all the time, you know, since we've been actually doing these live streams and getting back to it, man. Salute to you, Archie. But I say it all the time, man. Like it's nothing better than being early to a chain that's strapped with capital, man. And I think that this is going to create life-changing opportunities for people that's aware. You know how crypto is with FOMC, nothing burger. Things get choppy. Maybe altcoins bleed a little bit, but people tend to get bored and they like to take their capital and take risk and take their, you know, and see if they can actually make money on chain. So yeah, let's continue to push this, and I'm just happy that we're early to it, man. It feels good to be early to something again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the gains that have been made are crazy already. But I think I said earlier, this is going to be, I think, my first 1000x. I don't think I've made 1000x before. I have made 100x's here and there, but 1000x is taking it to the next level, and it only needs to pump, I think, four or 5x from here, something like that, to hit 1000x, which I think is easy to do. So obviously time's going to tell, but you mentioned how everyone gets it. Everyone understands Robinhood chain. You don't need a thesis outlined on why it's going to be big. You just, if you know Robinhood, if you know Vlad, if you know the company, you just know that it's going to be big, right? The user interface on Robinhood's great. It's got good leadership, and it's a massive giant in terms of revenue. So it doesn't need explaining. The same applies with the what if meme token. It doesn't need explaining. You know, you find a random cat coin, you find a random dog coin, you need to know the story. Whose dog is it? Is it, you know, your uncle's brother's sister's dog? Is it, you know, the president's cat? Is it Sam Altman's cat? Like you need to know whose cat is it, whose dog is it, what's the story, right, behind it. You need some backstory. You need it explaining. You need the thesis explaining. The same way you don't need it explaining with Robinhood, the chain, and that the chain's going to do well, you don't need it explaining with what if. You just say those words and you know how powerful those words are, and everyone just gets it instantly. I haven't spoke to a single person about this meme where they need it explaining. Whereas every other meme coin, pretty much, they need it explaining. They need the story explaining. They need to know about it. They need to know the lore. They need to know the memetics. This just speaks for itself. It doesn't need explaining. You agree?
Yeah. You kind of looked over there, and I didn't know if he was done or not. But so here's my thing with the whole like what if, man. Here's why I know it's going to be big. It's going to be huge, right? There's this thing, if you've been trenching, there's this thing called the OG coin, right? And I think that what if kind of like has this OG theme to it. You're already starting to see vamps, whether it's on other chains or it's just like a beta play. Yesterday, somebody tried to shill me a meme called the Delusional Kid, but it had like the same what if, like the guy stared into space, right? So it's like you're starting to see these vamps. You're starting to see these beta plays. And what if it's like it's already a invisible universal theme. So people already use this in real life, right? And people say this term without even knowing it. Like when you made that picture and you did something about what if, and you actually dropped a picture about Kevin Walsh, but it was actually like a regular ass statement, right? It wasn't like this statement that had to be so novel. It's just, you could just say what if to anything. So that alone, I think, is going to be like, it's going to be trending without knowing it's trending. And when people realize there's actual coin and a community behind it, that's where things are going to be interesting. And the chart, oh my goodness, look at this chart. It looks like it's like a double bottom about to happen. Like, you know what they say when you hit resistance, you know, third time's the charm. You know, this chart is so freaking bullish, man. It's like a huge cup and handle forming. You got the double bottom that is look like it wants to round out into. So, like, man, things just look really, really positive for the community. And no matter how many people doubt this, this structure on this chart continues to be strong.
Yeah, absolutely. The chart structure looks amazing. Bitcoin dumped quite a lot, you know, last hour or so. Ethereum dumped even more? What if it's pumped?
We don't
heading to
care, Archie. We don't care about that, man. We
Right.
don't care. We've been seeing that, like, it's been pumping no matter what the market is doing, man. That's a positive sign. That is a positive sign, man. For anybody that's new, that is really, really good.
Yeah, and that shows that, like, when the market does turn around, which I'm sure it will, what if we'll just absolutely send it? You know, if it's pumping 20 or 30% on a red day for Bitcoin, how much is it going to pump on a green day? 50%, 80%, maybe more. So I'm completely in the same boat as you. That is a very, very positive thing. And I think that right now it's just kind of waiting to hear whether Vlad mentions the term meme at any point in the conference. I think if he says that word at any point, the buyers will start to step in. I also think if he says the word what if at any point, the buyers will step in. It doesn't even have to be directly mentioning the meme. He doesn't even have to be talking about the what if meme. But if he just says what if this, what if that, people will buy just based off that, right? Because a lot of the Robinhood degens, I'm sure, are going to be listening to this. Maybe not all of them, but there's going to be thousands and thousands of degens listening in to every single word that Vlad says. And if he comes out and he talks about meme coins, he talks about the success, he talks about what if in any way, I just think that the whole chain is going to skyrocket, and we could really end today seeing all-time highs on what if and potentially all-time highs on some other Robinhood meme coins.
That'd be insane, man. I see Cash Cat just dropped a launch pad. You know what I mean? So I don't know how they've created the revenue flywheel, but that might be an interesting trade down the line with size, man. You know what I mean? Like, they just dropped a launch pad last night, so I'm interested to see how that goes.
Yeah, there's some interesting plays for sure. Quite a few launch pads kind of drop in and stuff. But you know, looking at Cash Cat, it has held the floor. Now, no matter what people say about this, I know it looks weak. I know this is a massive correction, and it probably, if it was super healthy, it would have stopped off around here and would have continued up, or maybe even earlier, maybe here. But it has dumped. A lot of people made life-changing money. They've sold, but the meme isn't dead. This is still alive. It still has $8.4 million in volume, which is significant. It's on crypto.com now, which is significant.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it got a crypto.com listing, and it actually sold off on that news, which, you know, maybe links into your kind of theory that a lot of these memes, they have to sell tokens to fund listings and stuff. And if the demand doesn't come in, then obviously it gets outweighed by selling pressure from the token to fund it. So anyway, it's holding that floor. It's holding that base that it's built now around that 30 million. If something positive comes out of this earnings call, you know, if people feel optimistic tonight, it could pick up and it could get a really nice bounce. So, you know, Cash Cat is due a bounce. What if is closing in on all-time highs. There's a Cabal play as well, which is gaining some traction. Pipe Dog. I don't know if you've looked into this one. This one hit a market cap of 74 million on the Robinhood chain. It's at 40 million now. 10 million in liquidity. Very, very high liquidity. Got any thoughts on this?
I seen it on my my tracker. I was see what happened was I was looking at it on my tracker. I noticed a couple the wallets, Cabal. Funny you said Cabal, but the wallets were actually aping in. And I'm looking at it, but a lot of the metrics as far as like the contract at the time, it was still like dangerous. Like it still had like a lot of those dangerous metrics and notes on the contract. So I was a little bit like, I don't know about this. This could be a scam, but apparently it's not. And that's just crazy that thing ran to 70 million so freaking quick like that. But that, like we've been talking about, that it's an example of how much capital is on Robinhood chain.
Yeah, absolutely, man. It's pretty crazy, the potential here. The capital, like you said at the start as well. The revenue Robinhood generates, the capital they have to back their chain is like no other in this market. So That's one of the main reasons I am so bullish. So I'm gonna go grab a coffee now. I don't know if you have to go, Millie, because this could be quite a while. This earnings call could be about an hour. So I don't know if you want to sit through all of this on the stream, and I know you're a busy guy. So I'm gonna go grab a coffee, and then we're gonna start this earnings call. But it was great chatting to you, man.
Nah, appreciate you, good brother. You know what I mean? I'm gonna go ahead and listen in, see what they got going on with that, and kind of like continue conducting my research and trolling online. So we're gonna. I don't know if you're gonna do a space later on, but if you do, just let me know and I'll tap in with you.
Yeah, I might do an X space later on. Actually, we'll see
Okay.
how long the speech from Vlad goes on for, or the press conference goes on for. If it doesn't go on for too long, then there's a good chance I'll host a X space later on, and I'll invite you over.
Bet. Let's get it. Pump it up, man. What if? I'm gonna holler
What
at you,
if?
Archie, man, and enjoy your coffee, good brother.
All right, bro. Thank you. Great having you on again.
Bet.
Everyone go check out Crypto Millie. His channel is Crypto Millie on YouTube. He's also on X. He's becoming a regular on the show because he shares the bullish enthusiasm for what if, as I have. So great to have him on. The Robinhood earnings call for the second quarter is about to begin. I'm waiting to see if Vlad mentions at any point, meme coins, or says the words what if at any point. I think him mentioning meme coins is somewhat likely. I think it's like 50-50 chance that he mentions memes. So 50-50, I would say, on him mentioning memes. The word what if, I'm going to give it 10%. Not impossible, but if it happens, we're going to skyrocket. And Robinhood Chain, I give a 95% chance that he talks about Robinhood Chain. We'll see. It's going to be starting pretty soon. So I'm going to go get a coffee just so that I don't fall asleep. I wouldn't fall asleep anyway, because it's interesting, but I'm going to go grab a coffee just so that I can stay hyped. And I'll see you guys in a minute as this begins. Okay. So this is supposed to start in 5 minutes. They play this music for 5 minutes and then I think it starts. I'm getting a latte? No, this is just coffee with a bit of milk in it. That's all it is. Nothing special. Nothing fancy. This is what gets you through the late nights, you know? I'm buying ETH and buying IV right now, says YJT. Nice. What if is on the brink of a massive breakout, so I wouldn't blame you for buying it. It is on the brink of a massive breakout, so just saying. It looks like anyway. I mean, nothing's guaranteed. Nothing's ever guaranteed, but looking at this chart, looks to me like a big breakout is coming. This is the third time now we've come in contact with this same resistance level. Usually it's the third time that you break above and get a massive move up. So I think people are just waiting for Vlad. They're waiting to see what he has to say. They're waiting to see if there's any bullish news or if he kind of is optimistic about the Robinhood chain or if he mentions meme coins at any point. I think that's what people are waiting for at the moment. But this is about to begin in 2 minutes. So it should be bullish. Yeah, it's good to have Crypto Millie on. You guys like it when he joins. Brings that energy. It's always good being around positive people, you know? People who are uplifting, people who are positive, and Crypto Millie is certainly one of those individuals. He's got a good bag of what if. I know he's very bullish on it. Just had a $4,400 buy come in for what if. Look, whales are stacking this thing. Whales are stacking this while Bitcoin and Ethereum and everything else is looking kind of weak. What if he spills his coffee? What if, man? What if? What if Vlad posts what if? Never know. Don't write it off. Don't write it off. What's the measured move if it breaks out? Good question. If what if gives us a breakout here today, I would be targeting minimum 15 million. Minimum on that move. Why do I say 15 million? Because that is where the 1.618 fib is at. So I would be targeting minimum 15 million. Slippage is too high when I'm trying to buy what if. Buy in smaller chunks then. You should be able to buy like 5 to 10K without any issue. So I don't know how much you're trying to buy, if you're trying to buy freaking 50K in one go, but it should be fine. $15 million? Yeah, 15 million would be the first move. So even if you're buying here, let's say, just as a trade, that's an 81% gain. That's almost double your money. And like I said, 15 million would just be the first stop, I think. I believe ultimately this will go to way higher. Exchange listings around the corner. Robinhood narrative just brewing. So much to come. So we're expecting now any moment Vlad to come on. One thing I'm going to say, guys, if you want your bags to be pumped, go on to the Robinhood live stream on a separate phone. Don't go off this. Don't leave this stream. Tell them about What If on Robinhood. That is how you introduce new people. There we go. Look, someone just put it. Shout out to Joe. Shout out to Joe. Joe needs dough. Shout out to him. What If token to the moon. There we go. We got the first one. We got the first person working for their bags. Shout out to Joe. That's how it's done. That's how you work for your bags. It's not cash cat season. It's What If season. Look at the chart. There you go. Says Joe. Love to see it. Mad Greek says the measured move for the breakout is 18.7 million. Sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. Right, we're about to start. This is it, guys. This is where the big moves come, in my opinion. So listen in and pay attention, because this could be big. This could be very big for What If. Just a reminder, as they're reading this disclaimer, just a reminder, the two things I'm looking for. Number one, any mention of meme coins. Number two, the words "what if" uttered, even if it's indirect, even if it's not meant to refer to the coin. If the words "what if" are mentioned, if meme coins are mentioned, I'm expecting a bounce tonight. Those are the two things I'm looking for. Here we go, guys. Let's listen in. Give me 1 second.
Packed house in here. We're back again at NASDAQ in New York City, taking a big bite out of the Big Apple with Shiv here and Chris. Largest audience yet for an earnings event. I remember, Shiv, last year it was when we did the first event with analysts in person, and you know, we were worried, would anyone come? And not too many people did, but the people that did had a lot of fun, and now I'm glad to see the word has spread. So it's really great to see shareholders, analysts, buy side and sell side, content creators in the audience here. It's been about 5 years, actually I think exactly 5 years, since we rang the bell at the NASDAQ. And in that time, we've really accomplished significant growth, and we've delivered for our customers. In that time period, since IPO, total platform assets have quadrupled, and adjusted EBITDA has more than 8x'd. But one thing hasn't changed: why we exist. Robinhood exists to make everyone an owner. And I think that's a unique vision. I don't think a lot of companies are going after us. It's a powerful vision, not just for each individual customer, but I think also for society at large.
I see you guys in the comments. Shout out to all of you putting What If in the chat.
Without ownership, broadly distributed, is very fragile, and we think broad ownership is essential to a free, stable, and prosperous society, because when more people have stake in the outcome, more skin in the game, they're literally invested in the outcome, and we want more people to be invested in the companies of our great country. And I think we've just scratched the surface for what we can do there. To achieve our aspirations of making everyone an owner, we're focused on 3 things. Number one, being number one in active traders, which will allow customers to own any tradable asset. Number two is being the leader in wallet share for the next generation, bringing ownership to the entire family, so the whole family, and really lifelong ownership. And then number 3, building the leading global financial ecosystem, which is really about expanding the ownership that we've been able to contribute to in the US worldwide. Billions of people around the world could benefit. So in Q2, our continued product velocity across these 3 arcs led to a bunch of records. On the active trader front, core business is humming, which drove market share gains and record volumes across not just equities, but also options and prediction markets in the quarter. Also, have to highlight, Rothera started supporting Robinhood prediction markets and has rapidly become a top 3 DCM, so top 3 designated contract market in the US. We also launched the first version of agentic trading, which allows customers to build AI.
Get ready. He's about to say Robinhood chain. I'm telling you. He's about to say it in a moment.
Crypto and to
Crypto.
have access to Robinhood tools and features. We're very excited about that. So looking at wallet share, Trump accounts have officially launched, which is a historic step towards enabling broad financial ownership from birth. We're honored to serve as broker and sole initial trustee, helping millions of American children become owners of our great economy from day one. We also crossed an exciting milestone for the Robinhood Gold Card, 1 million cardholders. Yeah, that's
imagine if the
Fed
could speak like Vlad.
And actually, the Gold Card is now driving over 17 billion in annualized purchase volume. So it's being heavily used. I think a lot of people in this room maybe have them. Plus 3 billion. We broke 3 billion in banking deposits since we began rolling out just last November. And all of this put together contributed to record net deposits. Customers are continuing to trust us with more and more of their assets, which in turn help drive total platform assets to record levels in quarter as well. Finally, global financial ecosystem, we closed our acquisition of WonderFi in Canada. We received our capital market services license in Singapore, and at our crypto and international event, The World is Flat, we introduced a suite of products, including Robinhood Chain, which is the first chain purpose-built for real-world assets.
Robinhood Chain mentioned. There we go.
We've been seeing a lot of great initial traction on all these products, but in particular the chain. So we saw over 12 billion in DEX volume. So that's over 12 billion in trading volume on decentralized exchanges after launch.
There we go.
Which made it one of the largest chains by transaction volume over the past week. It was also the fastest chain to get to 100 million transactions. I think we're well north of 150 million transactions
there you go.
At this point, which is very, very cool.
Bullish.
Also, customers have deposited over $200 million into Robinhood Earn. So remember, Robinhood Earn is our stablecoin lending product that's powered by Robinhood Chain and our stablecoin USDG. So now it allows customers to earn 7% APY, which is a competitive rate. So 200 million so far, and it's just been a few weeks. Stock tokens, which I'm perhaps the most excited about. We're very excited about bringing ownership of real-world assets to everyone in the world. Stock tokens are available in more than 120 countries, which allow many people around the globe to experience the idea of ownership. Tokenization makes it possible to expand exposure to high-quality assets like U.S. stocks to every single person with an internet connection. So if you have a smartphone, you have an internet connection, you can connect to our blockchain, you can get exposure to U.S. stocks, and that's very exciting. Overall, we're now serving over 1 million accounts outside the US, and very much at the beginning there. So continued product velocity across these 3 arcs led to record results in Q2, record revenues of 1.3 billion. That's up 32% from last year. Record net deposits of 22 billion.
You guys are taking over the chat on Robinhood YouTube channel. Shout out to all of you.
And record gold
so powerful, man. This just shows what a community can do. We all just get together. It's crazy.
Now I'll hand it over to Shiv to discuss our results in more detail. Shiv?
All right. Well, thanks, Vlad. Before getting the results, I wanted to share 3 big takeaways from the quarter. To start, the core business is going strong. So net deposits were a record 22 billion, a 28% growth rate, and we drove new records across equities, options, prediction markets, and margin. It's also great to see top of funnel growth picked up as we added nearly 1 million funded customers in the quarter. Second, this led to both record revenues up 32%.
Don't just mention what if, mention that it's a meme coin, because a lot of these guys are going to be stock guys.
57%
Mention it's a meme
adjusted
coin
EBITDA
on
margin.
Robinhood chain.
So we're continuing to drive strong top line growth and profitability at scale. And lastly, we're dialed in on expenses. So we're lowering and tightening our outlook, even as our core businesses grew to new highs and we layered on new products. So let's review our Q2 results compared to a year ago. As we said before, revenues grew 32% to a record 1.3 billion, and this was driven by strong growth across the business. So transaction volumes increased to record levels across the majority of our asset classes, and we drove market share to new highs.
We're trending number 4 on
Interest-earning
Dex Screener now. It's just jumped up
and we
too.
had records
Some
across
buyers are starting to
margin,
come in,
credit
so we're
card
looking
book,
good.
And also Robinhood Banking.
And this is going to go on for almost an hour, so
revenue
surely he's going to mention memes at some point.
Reached an all-time high of 4.8 million, and we started generating revenues for our work on the Trump accounts. And while product velocity continues to increase and revenues continue to grow to new highs, we also stayed disciplined on costs. So adjusted OpEx and SBC was 641 million, as we managed expenses well below our prior outlook range, all while including costs related to 2 new businesses, Rethera and WonderFi, that were not included in our prior outlook. As we look to the rest of the year, while we're adding costs related to Rethera and WonderFi, we also continue to get even more efficient in how we operate. And this is allowing us to both self-fund Rethera and WonderFi costs, but also remove additional costs from the system. So we're lowering and tightening our 2026 outlook for adjusted OpEx and SBC to a range of 2.675 to 2.775 billion. We believe it is a competitive advantage to not only be a growth company that can invest for the long term, but also leverage our lean and disciplined operating model to self-fund a meaningful amount of these new investments. So you take it all together, the strong top-line growth and expense discipline we drove in Q2, it flowed to the bottom line. So adjusted EBITDA was 741 million, up 35% year over year, and a 57% margin. And earnings per share was 62 cents, up 48% year over year. So if we turn to capital allocation, there's a few top of minds. In June, we opportunistically raised 2.2 billion of capital to give us even more flexibility to invest for future growth. We believe we have a massive opportunity ahead of us, and the capital gives us even more capacity to go after it. And we raised this capital at attractive terms for shareholders, with both a 0% coupon and no net dilution until our share price exceeds $300. And even while raising capital, we are prudently managing our share count. Year to date, we've repurchased 7.5 million shares for 664 million. And as we said before, the denominator.
Vlad's dreaming about what if.
So overall, we're really proud of the results we drove in
Vlad's
Q2,
just sat there,
and
just
Q3 is
staring
also
into
off to a good
space,
start.
thinking, what if?
July
What
average
if?
daily volumes compared to a record
What
Q2 are in a
He
similar area
literally
for
looks like the
equities and
guy in the
options and
picture,
event
just
contracts.
staring into space, just
And July
thinking,
net
what if?
deposits are tracking towards the
Just
$4 billion
dreaming.
area.
That's what
and this
Vlad's
does
doing
not
right
yet
now.
include
He's just
deposits
staring
into
into
the
space,
Trump
dreaming, thinking, what if?
So stepping back, we feel great about all the products we're shipping and the growth that we're driving. But we've also heard from some investors that it can be difficult to know which growth areas to focus on. So I wanted to share 3 areas that we think are important for measuring progress and success on our long-term vision. First, net deposits. Customers continue to trust us with their hard-earned deposits at over 20% growth rates. As we drive strong net deposit growth, assets compound, and this leads to strong business growth. Second, Rule of 40. We're driving double-digit revenue growth with strong adjusted EBITDA margins, a combination that has made us more than a Rule of 80 company for the past few years. We think it's important to be both a growth company and a company that operates with strong margins. And all of this at our scale of over $5 billion of annual revenue, which is quite rare. And third, $100 million ARR businesses. We're excited to share.
What if
we're
is now
up to
trending,
13
by the way,
businesses
number
that are reaching
3
level as we rapidly
Number
shift
3 on
customers,
Deck Screener.
including 2
I'm
new
sure
more
once
that we
he's
added
finished
just this
talking about the
year.
earnings results,
Robinhood
they're going to
Legend
get into
and Credit
questions, and
As we build out a
people are
family
going
of
to ask
financial
about crypto
apps, we
and
plan
the
to add
Robinhood
even
chain.
more 100 million ARR businesses.
So right now they're just going over the earnings, the
Keep
financials, the
making
figures,
progress
the
on these
boring
areas,
stuff.
quarter after quarter.
I'm sure
year
after they've
after
gone
year.
over the quarterly
Financial
earnings, they're going to
results
get
will
into
follow
questions
and
and
take
potentially
conversations.
Robinhood chain, and
And
maybe
as
even
we've
meme
shared
coins will
before,
get mentioned,
our
and that could
financial
send
North
it
Star
to
remains the same.
all-time highs.
Maximize earnings per
Considering
share
we're trending
and
number
free
3
cash flow
right
per
now on
share
Deck
for
Screener.
shareholders over time. So before we move to Q&A, I'm actually going to turn it back over to Vlad to show us a few of these great products that we've recently built. Vlad?
Thanks, Shiv. I want to try something a little bit different, if I may. So a lot of you are probably familiar with our main app, but over the past few years, we've really expanded from a single trading app to a broader system. So what I wanted to do was just give you a little tour of some of the other family of apps that we've built and we've really been improving upon very recently. So here they are, our four apps. I won't show you the main one, but why don't we start with this one here, Trump Accounts. So again, this has been an incredible collaboration between Treasury, National Design Studio, Robinhood, our teams, and BNY. And I believe it's the best digital experience the government has ever delivered. Actually, Secretary Besson a couple of days ago said,
Yeah, don't spam the chat, guys. Don't spam the chat. You got to post smartly if you're going to do it. Yeah, I just saw that kryptonite.
I think that's high praise because
I just saw the Robinhood wallet app. I saw the wallet app on his home screen there. What if he's going to show it next? What if he's about to show the Robinhood wallet app in a moment once he's gone through the Trump accounts?
And maybe recognize some of the design language and inspiration from Robinhood.
Imagine. Oh my God. What if he does a tutorial on how to buy the memes? Could you imagine that? Goes through a tutorial and literally pulls up the Robinhood wallet and buys what if. I'm not saying he's going to do it, but imagine it.
$50 or $130
That'd be crazy. This thing would
per
shoot to
month.
$1 billion probably if
What
he did
can
that.
we expect to happen with compounding to age 18? You can even see, age 60, so you extend it to retirement age. And what we really wanted to do was kind of illustrate how magical it is and get people.
Nitro says he's going to buy what if on
stream. You can scroll down here and you can actually get a feeling for.
Could you imagine he does that? That would be the most bullish thing ever.
And then this is my favorite thing, contribution flow. So we have this awesome illustration, and we make it super easy to contribute. So if you want to do $5, my Robinhood checking account is linked, and you have this like coin animation that fills up your piggy bank. You can make it a recurring contribution, and actually the level of the coins in the piggy bank, this is a nice little detail, corresponds exactly to how close you are to your annual giving limit of $5,000. You can also share here, so there's a QR code you can easily share with friends or put on a registry or have for birthdays. You can share this link at the bottom directly too, and folks can just contribute without even having an account through Apple Pay, which I think is cool. Here's the educational content, and we try to make it easy to just go through and learn the basics about the stock market and investing. And that's the idea. There's plenty more coming. We think it can be the best charitable giving vehicle, so we're working hard on that. Michael Dell, as you guys know, gave a very large donation with his wife Susan and many others as well. We're working to make it easy for employers to donate. So there's a $2,500 tax-free employer limit per year, which Robinhood is participating in. And so if you guys don't have it, I definitely recommend picking it up and getting it for your children or grandchildren. And you should expect that it just continues to get better and better. So that's the Trump Accounts app. And again, great collaboration between Treasury, National Design Studio, BNY, and our team. Let's take a look at the banking app. That's the second one up here. We believe we're building the best digital banking experience in the market. You can get a sense of like the premium Art Deco feel. And we wanted to build a banking experience with no compromises. So usually other neobanks have sacrifices that you have to make from the experience being purely digital. But we want it to be a true private banking product. One of the things people love about it most is your APY. So we've now made it so that you can earn high APYs on both checking and savings just by setting up direct deposit and being a gold subscriber. So no minimums. And people really love not having to think too hard. And
honestly, if he mentions meme coins and how to buy them, this thing's gonna explode.
We just give you 3.5% automatic.
I can see the Robinhood wallet app on his home screen.
Of customers are signed up for.
Just see if I can go back and see.
Which is a great attach rate. You can also see down here.
Look at that. Robinhood, you see the wallet app on the right? I think he's going to go through that in a moment. And if he shows how to buy stuff on it, I don't think you guys are ready.
First banking
That's all I'm going to say.
Family is the first class citizen. And then all of your transactions are down here. So really, I think this is a key part of building a financial ecosystem for our customers. Customers direct deposit into banking. They can spend with their credit card.
Yeah, buyers are flooding in for what if. Honestly, man, all-time highs look very close. And
investing. And we make it
we may even be doing an X space straight after this stream.
Also, just one
should we do an
note,
X spaces or should we do a Telegram call? What do you think?
We just started rolling out the Platinum card, and it's looking really good. I think we've gone through a lot of the feedback that we had on launch, and I encourage you guys maybe after earnings to check out the website because it's looking really good. All right, let me show now the third one, which is the Robinhood wallet. So,
let's go. Let's go.
As part of our announcements that the world is flat, we launched Robinhood Chain Mainnet. And of course, a robust chain like Robinhood Chain needs a robust wallet to match. So let me show you how customers are using it. Now, I'll do a caveat. I'll show a lot of features that actually aren't available in the US. So these are really just ex-US products. So think of it that way. They're not available here, but people in over 120 countries outside can actually
imagine he talks about memes.
So you'll see right away, similar design language to Robinhood, but everything is powered by crypto technology. One of the tabs we have on the bottom there is perpetual futures. And this chain, the wallet itself is well integrated into Robinhood Chain. So the chain is a first-class citizen. So here through our partnership with Lighter, you can, if you're an active trader outside the US, get leveraged exposure to not just crypto perps, but also commodity perps and single stock perps as well. And we make it easy to add funds, deposit, and withdraw and place trades. The other thing I'm very excited about is stock tokens. So here I'll show you what they look like. This is NVIDIA. So if you're a customer outside the US, you can get exposure to NVIDIA through stock tokens. And they have certain advantages over traditional stocks even. So they're tradable 24/7, including Saturdays and holidays. And you can even send it on chain. You can see the address. You can receive just like you would any crypto. And this makes it really easy to expand ownership worldwide. All you need is an internet connection and to be connected to the blockchain. And looking ahead, we're going to continue to push on this. We're working on adding lots more stocks and really pushing on tokenization of other real-world assets here. So a lot to do. And
Cash Cat's pumping
there's
loads.
plenty of other products.
He meant, I think Cash Cat was in the search bar, was it?
Hood Summit in a couple months.
Cash Cat's pumping loads. This is good. This is good for all the memes. This is good for the chain.
For that, I think that'll be very exciting. With that, Chris, unless you want me to show more apps.
Cash Cat's pumping loads.
Thank you very much, Vlad and Shiv. For the Q&A session, we're going to start by answering shareholder questions from Say Technologies. And after the Say questions, we'll turn to live questions from our audience and then go to the dial-in participants. So I'm going to kick it off with...
Oh my God, look at Cash Cat.
Who should be joining us live.
Look at Cash Cat. Look at Cash Cat go. It just pumped 80%.
Zach, are you joining us?
Zach.
Cash Cat's just pumped 80%, guys. This is good for the space.
Well, I do see a blinking cursor.
Hello, do you guys hear me?
Oh, there you are.
Hey, everyone. Happy to be here. Just wanted to know, what is the goal of Robinhood Social, and when will it go live to the general public?
Thanks for the question. I also noticed you are on Robinhood Social, if I'm not mistaken, and there was some discussion on Robinhood Social about this question, so it's very full circle. Yeah, the goal with Robinhood Social is actually Robinhood up until now has largely been a tool to place the trade, but the idea for the trade would typically come from outside. So you'd get the idea somewhere from, you know, the real world and then come and place your trade. And so we asked ourselves, can we actually help customers learn from one another? Can we take advantage of the large community that we've built? And can we make it so that we can help you with idea generation?
Guys, I've got to just show you. Look at Cash Cat's chart.
So far, we're seeing great early signs.
Look at Cash Cat on the 15-minute, guys.
Compared to other social media platforms,
this is Cash Cat on the hour.
Have the trading data.
Oh my God! Look at this
go.
go.
That everything is validated.
It's just 2x'd.
When you say you've made a trade, it's actually
oh
real.
my.
And, you know, you can.
Bro, if I had my phone next to me.
The customer actually has the portfolio that they claim they have. So we're adding more and more features. The goal is to get it out
if I had
to
my
everyone
phone
by the
next
end of
to
the
me,
quarter.
Man.
And what we're doing is we're just iterating and making sure everything, like the feed ranking.
This will flow into what if.
All of the functionality in the post.
This will all flow into what if. Not all of it, but you know, capital is going to rotate. People just made big money.
We like what we're
now.
seeing, so we feel pretty good about.
This is going to rotate
before the end of the quarter.
This is good for the whole meme space, guys. This is what we.
Wow. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Just something like this.
All right. Thank you for your questions, Zach. Next question is coming from John.
Hey guys, hey Shiv and Vlad, thanks for taking my question. Mine's on the Clarity Act, and I understand it's still moving through the Senate, so things could change, but could maybe if something similar were to pass, could you give an idea of what would be the most impactful aspects of that to Robinhood, and if there are delays, you know, any impacts as well?
Yeah, totally. I'll field that one. So I think the Clarity Act is very, very important because while the current administration has been great and really is the first crypto-forward administration that's embracing the new technology, we want the foundation of the industry in the US to be durable. So we don't want the floor to be shifting out from under us every 4 or 8 years.
What if looks absolutely primed here, guys.
To be put in place or... So I think that in order for the industry to really grow, stability from regulatory stability is necessary. And that happens through legislation. So we saw that with Genius. I think Clarity takes it one step further. And in particular, one of the things that we've been pushing hard on, as you saw earlier, is tokenization. We've been investing in our tokenized offerings. We think that's going to be a big industry. We're pushing that outside the US. You see some of the advantages already just in the past year, from like V1 of our tokenized products to V2. It's like now fully on chain. Now it's 24/7 trading. It's like you can.
I think there's going to be a big move up with the Robinhood
fractionalization
memes
by
after
default.
this in
So
general.
there's lots of advantages, and
This is really
we
bullish.
think it would be a shame if the U.S. didn't get to benefit from all those advantages. So we're excited about that, all the aspects of it, and we think Clarity helps take us one step further. But also, we're not standing still. We're pushing hard on our on-chain and traditional centralized products, and we're making sure we continue to innovate overseas in some areas, but otherwise, with Robinhood Earn and other on-chain products in the U.S. So we think we'll be good regardless, but of course, Clarity is going to be very, very important to making the most out of all of these products that we've been building.
Cool. Thanks for taking my question.
All right, thanks, John. And the last question from Say comes from Joe.
Hi, Vlad and Shiv. Can you give us an update on early traction with Trump accounts since the July launch? Specifically, the number of accounts opened, assets flowing in, and how you're thinking about long-term contributions to net deposits and assets under custody?
Oh, yeah, great question. Yeah, we've been very pleased with the progress thus far. So 7 million children have signed up. We've seen over 1.5 billion in, or nearly 1.5 billion, I should say, is the number of contributions into Trump accounts already. And again, that's before a lot of the philanthropic contributions have started flowing in. So yeah, we think that this is going to get to tens of millions, and we're working aggressively to do that. And obviously, contributions we believe will continue to grow very rapidly from here. And it'll take continued hard work. I think the great thing about programs that have success is people want a lot more things. They want them quickly, and I think with our partners, we're working hard to deliver. So on deck soon, making it so that employers can fund the Trump accounts of their employees, making a great philanthropic experience. I think for folks that want to donate and to be philanthropic, there's actually poor options available right now. There's not great options. It's kind of, there's no default option, at least. You have to evaluate charities. You have to figure out, are they being wasteful with their fees? Is the money actually getting to where you want it to get to? And I think this can provide a default, great, low-cost mechanism. So we're excited about that. And it's just the beginning.
All right. Thank you, Vlad. And that concludes the Say portion of our Q&A. So we're now going to go to Q&A from our live audience. We ask that each person limit their questions to one. And please raise your hand if you'd like to ask a question. All right. Can we get a mic to Dan Dolev?
Hi, Dan Dolev at Mizuho. Congrats, Vlad. Congrats, Shiv. Amazing quarter. I think what surprised us the most on the positive side was the amazing growth in the funded accounts. Maybe you can shed some light on what part of that is structural, what are you doing, and maybe a quick update on the progress in Europe and how that is going. So very impressive there. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy to start with that one, Vlad, give you a little
Absolutely.
break.
Thank you.
So we said on the last quarter we were.
What if looks so primed right now, man?
Top of funnel, and as you mentioned, really.
Let me just share the chart quickly.
Customers, the most we've added in a quarter in nearly 5 years.
I mean, look at this chart.
There was a variety of different vectors, so it wasn't any one.
Nothing looks this bullish. It's actually crazy.
We had a lot of new products.
I haven't seen anything look this bullish.
For example, those contributed strong organic growth. We also had the SpaceX IPO, which helped. We had an acquisition.
All it takes now is like a few big buys, and this thing's gonna break out to a new high.
So What it's showing is just the power of
I think we're going to do an X space probably after this
at any given time there may be a couple
after
of
this
sectors that are growing.
earnings call, and
In
then
this quarter we saw a lot of
after the space we'll probably
and we're
do
gonna
a
keep
Telegram
focusing
call
on this. So whether it's
in
the
the
new
What If
products
Telegram
or
group.
marketing, it's going to be one of our top KPIs going forward.
More to do.
Oh, sorry, Vlad.
Oh, I just said there's more to do. So.
All right. I think moving from the front row to the second row, Dan Finnan.
Yeah, thanks. So wanted to talk on prediction markets and how you're thinking about sustainability as we exit the World Cup, bridge to football season, just how you think about the long-term durability of this kind of asset class and what you're seeing outside of maybe some of the sports stuff related to macro or bigger events.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that the great thing about prediction markets is there's events all the time. I mean, you mentioned football season, that's coming up. There's also the midterms, which I think are extremely important. I mean, they're going to be a topic of discussion, and of course, customers are going to want to trade them and hedge their portfolios. Yeah, and there's events just on a consistent basis. So we're gearing up for that. We're making product improvements constantly. We're making pricing improvements. Rothera has gone live, and I think the World Cup was really a proof of concept there, and we're looking to scale that rapidly and make it much bigger, with the goal of providing great pricing to our customers. And that's really how we think about it. Can we route to multiple venues with the goal of making sure, as a customer, you get the best deal possible on Robinhood?
All right. Thanks, Dan. Let's next to Dan, and there are a lot of questions in the room, so we'll keep the mic moving around. So David Smith, do you want to take the next question?
Hey, thank you. In the past, you've spoken about how it's typical for new customers to come to Robinhood based on interest in one particular product and engage with you for more products over time as they become more familiar with your offerings. With the really strong prediction market engagement we saw in June and seemingly continuing into July, can you help us get a sense of how much came from existing prediction markets users, existing Robinhood customers who maybe were new to prediction markets, and also from new customers who joined Robinhood in the past month or two to transact with you in this product?
Shiv, how do you feel about that one?
Yeah, I'm happy to take it. So we've said before, when you come to Robinhood to do one thing, you tend to do more. A couple things we'll point you to. New customers still sign up for gold about 40 to 50%. So customers come in, their journey is they come for something: equities, options, prediction markets, crypto, banking. They discover gold, then they discover other products. What we're seeing is, regardless of what product you come in for, you tend to sign up for gold and you tend to adopt others. So one thing we looked at, if you're a prediction markets customer, for example, you're actually more likely to have a retirement account with Robinhood. And so any vector you come in, whether it's banking, prediction markets, credit card, you tend to adopt others. And so I'd say it's just one of them that we saw were strong in the quarter. Banking was really strong. That's been a really nice new vector that's been coming in. Credit card as well. We said we have over 1 million customers there. Q1 and Q2, you still have a little bit of retirement season, so you saw some people come in from there. And then whether there's new events in the prediction market, such as the World Cup or the midterms coming in, they come there. The last number we shared was we had about 1.5 million people that have used the prediction markets. That number is now closer to 2 million, so continue to grow nicely there. But I think the main takeaway is it's across all of the different products, and people are coming in and adopting multiple products at the same time.
Yeah, on the marketing side, we continue to see strong ROIs, and it's diversified. So strong ROIs on prediction markets, but also gold and some of the active trader offerings as well. And I think we're in the fortunate position of having it be working really, really well across multiple fronts.
All right. Thank you. Next question, maybe Devin Ryan back in the front row.
Thanks so much, Devin Ryan, Citizens. Hey, Vlad. Hey, Shiv. Question, Vlad, you mentioned version 1 of Agentic, and obviously is still fairly new, but can you talk about what you're learning with customers that are using that? How is their investment performance? Is there anything else interesting that you're seeing with their behaviors? And then how does that then map to version 2.0? I know you guys are very focused on bringing these capabilities to all of your customers, and that's probably where this becomes a much bigger deal for Robinhood. So how do we think about mapping that out and what that will look like and when? Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, since we're the first major platform doing this, we wanted to start fairly conservatively, right? So we started with stocks and also started with the agentic account being separate from your main account. And so what you typically see there is customers fund it with a relatively small amount of money and link their agent. Of course, we've expanded it since then, so now options are tradable with agentic as well. And we've seen customers do really interesting things, like they can put together really complex and sophisticated strategies. Crypto is coming soon as well, and we're going to expand the toolkit to cover as much as possible from the entire Robinhood ecosystem. We've had over 100,000 people actually integrate and open up agentic accounts, which has been very cool. Yeah, the AUM in agentic, or the trading volumes, have also been growing, and that's been good to see. If in terms of friction, I think one piece of friction has been that not everyone loves, surprisingly, going to a Codex or a Claude Code and kind of stitching together these two apps. You have to have quite a bit of sophistication in order to do that. So we're thinking, how can we make that even easier? And also, in many cases, the models themselves aren't familiar with being used for trading. So sometimes they'll fight you and they'll say, well, I don't know, I don't really want to trade. And you kind of have to work hard to get it to do what you want to do. And yeah, we're hard at work addressing both of those things and other things.
All right. Thank you, Vlad. Next, let's go to Christian Blue, sitting next to Devin Ryan.
Thanks for the question, Christian Blue, Autonomous. Vlad, I think you called out Rothera as a top 3 DCM. So I'm just trying to think through longer term how your vision around having a DCM, having retail distribution. Is there a possibility here that you could further build that out, whether it's perps or traditional futures, to take on maybe the top 2 DCMs out there?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, we're top 3 after 1 month, but the goal would be to keep growing that, right? We're not satisfied just with where we are after just a couple of months. And yeah, I mean, I think the roadmap on the Rothera side, not speaking for them because it is a joint venture, is to continue to grow, add more capabilities. Of course, they're definitely focused right now on the prediction markets event contracts, but over time, you should see that expanding. And in terms of, you mentioned perps, we also have perps, not just on-chain like I showed you, but through our Bitstamp exchange overseas, where we've been rapidly increasing the scope of the perps offerings, now offering commodity perps. And you should see that inventory should expand and grow over time as well. So I think our customers, through the Robinhood retail apps, will have access to the best products from multiple exchange providers, and our job will be to stitch that together, make it really clear what the costs are, and also make those costs as low as possible for the customers. But you should assume that it's multi-homed and that the customers can get the best of everything.
It can also be a B2B business over time, so we can onboard additional FCMs. So right now we're laser focused on making sure the Robinhood customer gets a great example, but when you think out longer term, there's no reason why this can't be a large institutional business as well.
Christian, if you'll hand the mic right behind you to Ramsey, that'd be great.
Hi, Ramsey LaSalle from Cantor. Thanks for taking my question. Now that, building on some of your comments and some of the prior questions, now that Robinhood Chain is live and thriving, how should we think about the broader DeFi roadmap for you guys? You've got obviously tokenized assets, Robinhood Earn, perps in your wallet I saw. What other on-chain services could be the next sort of growth opportunities? I'm thinking maybe like lending and borrowing or other yield-generating type products.
Well, we already have that through partners. You can build, lending and borrowing pools on chain. People have started building really interesting stuff. I think one of the really cool things about seeing
memes.
so much volume, again, fastest chain to 100 million transactions, is you know, a lot of other chains have to do a lot of work to get third parties to integrate. I mean, we were fortunate to get pretty much all the major wallets and protocols to integrate with us over the past couple of weeks because they saw the volume. And then that in turn, when you're a developer thinking about what chain to build for first, you're seeing all this momentum, seeing all the wallets, and we've gotten a lot of developer activity too. We've been among the top chains in terms of developer activity. And yeah, some of the interesting things are developers building things that compose with the real world assets, the RWAs. So all kinds of things that utilize the stock tokens in interesting ways, in ways that we haven't thought of. And our roadmap will be, of course, making the infrastructure better and better, making the APIs cleaner. The block speed and block times are quite good, so it's a great chain for developers, but could continue to get better. And just adding in more RWAs, more stock tokens, expanding to
This
all
was his
kinds of
chance to
other
talk about
asset
memes. Come
classes
on. They asked you about on-chain.
work on. And you know, we think that the unique thing is us supplying the RWAs as a key primitive.
Can he not
of the
talk
chain,
about it?
Making sure those work really well. And
Because no one's doing RWAs right now, I
what
can
other
tell you that.
developers can
No
do
one's
to
buying the freaking
compose them.
Robinhood equities. It's all memes.
Thank you, Vlad. All right, so Ramsey, right behind you, James Yarrow has his hand up.
James Yarrow, Goldman Sachs. Thanks for taking the question. I wanted to touch a little bit more on perps in the U.S. What's the appetite to add them in the U.S. brokerage? What are the hurdles to rolling them out? And I guess, are you looking to roll them out in the near term, CFTC approval permitting?
Yeah. So as you can imagine, we've been in conversation.
Literally, all the on-chain stuff right now is memes. Like, no one's doing lending and borrowing, really. No one's doing freaking tokenized equities. No one cares about that. No one cares. Like, maybe in the future that's going to be big. But all those transactions, you know, he boasts about how many transactions there are, how much volume there is. That's all because of memes. That's why the transactions are so high. That's why the volume's so high. So mention it.
James, can you pass the mic immediately to your left?
Hi, I'm Daniel.
Checkers we're playing.
Are there plans to add support for foreign stocks? Right now, investors have to buy ETFs to get exposure to certain foreign companies.
Yes. In short, yes. Obviously, it's on our roadmap. And over time, you should expect that as a Robinhood customer, you have, we not only want to give US stocks to customers all over the world.
Yeah, maybe he's not allowed to directly talk about meme coins because it's, you know, a professional earnings call, and he's probably been told, yeah, don't talk about that because maybe some investors could sell because it's a bad look. Maybe that's true, and therefore he indirectly hinted at memes through the Robinhood wallet app and the Cash Cat thing that he just did earlier that sent Cash Cat pumping.
It's great to see customers. The active traders always want more things, so we're always busy, and we love that.
All right. If you could pass the mic to your right and back one row. All right, thank you.
Hey Vlad, hey Shiv. John from Artemis. Congrats on launching Robinhood Chain, 15 billion of monthly trading volume, 2+ million of monthly transacting users, I think close to 500 million of stablecoin supply.
Yeah.
What could go right with Robinhood Chain? Because you could offer the opportunity of having the Robinhood app to everyone globally. Like, what could go right?
I think a lot could go right. And thank you, by the way. I've been enjoying your content and your analysis.
Thank you.
Yeah, on X, it's been really good. Yeah, I mean, I think that we built Robinhood Chain to be purpose-built for real-world assets. I should clarify, I like memes as well. I'm like
there we go.
Yeah, you know, they
there we
always
go.
Get a little upset at me.
Let's go.
Robinhood was one of the original. I mean, we kind of created
Let's
this market
go.
in so many ways. So whatever it is you want to build, a Robinhood Chain can be the permissionless home.
He
for
likes
that.
memes as well. There we go, guys.
Our unique
Send it.
contribution is the real-world assets.
Send this
I think we're
ecosystem.
doing, really the difficult work on the liquidity side, on the regulatory side,
Just-
to make sure
just
we
as you
safely
thought it was
bring
over.
all of these assets on chain and make
We
them
are so
useful.
back.
So we started with
He mentioned the
a
memes
first set of stock
on-
tokens. We're going to grow that
on the
over
earnings
time,
call. What a beast.
Make them fully DeFi enabled.
If he's
And
talking
then we're
about
already
memes on
hard
the
at work
earnings
thinking
call, you
about
know
other
behind the
types of
scenes he's
real-world
always
assets
talking
that
about
we
them.
can add.
Because
And
people said
I
it'd be an
think you're already
unprofessional
starting
look
to see
to
some
talk
of the
about them.
activities. Developers are doing really interesting things that I hadn't thought of. And yeah, I think our job is to give them better and better tools to do it. And I think the enthusiasm has been great, but there's obviously much more to do. And we're never mistaking and confusing enthusiasm with complacency. So we know that we just got to keep building and making sure that it's the most useful chain for developers and all of our traders.
All right, thanks, John. Can you pass the mic a couple of rows up to Craig?
He mentioned the memes. He mentioned the
More
memes.
with FD Partners. If I could just ask a question about the quarter. You had disclosure in the deck showing that you're trending toward roughly $4 billion in net deposits. That's down quite a bit from June, and it's the lowest of the year. So I was wondering if there's any commentary around that, and does it have anything to do with, well, I was also want to ask about the health of investors considering.
Should start seeing some big buys come in now, I think, after he mentioned that.
Yeah,
That's super bullish.
one.
Mentioning that on the
So
earnings
our goal,
call.
as we've said, is 20% on an annual.
Do you realize how bullish that is, guys? For the memes on Robinhood? He literally mentioned that he likes memes on the Robinhood earnings call. Like, that's when you're supposed to be professional. That's when you're supposed to just be monotone and just kind of stay with the party lines kind of thing. He just came out and said he likes memes on the earnings call. It's different posting it on X. It's different tweeting about memes, but saying it live with thousands watching, he's a beast. This is the type of guy you want leading the next freaking meme coin chain. Not Brian Armstrong, not anyone else, Vlad. That's who you want. Send it.
Tend to be techno-optimists. They tend to be younger. They tend to believe.
I don't think Brian Armstrong would do that. Do you guys?
To buy. And so on down days or down months, we tend to see really strong net buying. That's what we saw in Q2, and we're continuing to see that. As I shared July, the average daily volumes are very similar to the Q2 average. So continuing to see strong net deposits there, and everything else that we're seeing is the health of the customer is very strong.
Yeah, and I'd say we have some good long-term tailwinds to that growth. So it's not just, the short-term things like promos and the macro, but we're building more durable engines of net deposit growth. I think banking has been a great success thus far, and it's still early. It's not yet fully integrated into the main app or the ecosystem. So I think we have more room there. Advisor network. I think that's the beginning of what could be a really, really strong RIA integration. And as you probably know, the RIA channel is a good, durable, consistent source of net deposits. We've been seeing good growth from multiple brokerage accounts.
So he mentioned Robinhood chain. He mentioned memes. There's one thing left. What if he says it? What if he says those magical words?
There. So I think as we keep adding these, keep supporting, that should just be a
What if
long-term
he says
durable
those magical
tailwind for our
words?
business and net deposit growth.
All right, Craig, would you mind passing up one row to Alex?
Hi, Alexander Baton here. Thanks for taking my question. So Peter Thiel once said when asked if he regretted selling Facebook at $100 billion valuation, that each 10x up to $100 billion he saw as equal difficulty. But 100 billion to $1 trillion he imagined would be significantly harder. In hindsight, Facebook's move from 100 billion to $1 trillion may have been its easiest 10x because it had already reached scale.
I like where this is going.
As Robinhood approaches that $100 billion market cap, how do you think about the difficulty of the next 10x? Could getting from 100 billion to $1 trillion actually be the easiest because the scale and operating leverage you've built? What will it take for Robinhood to surpass market caps of legacy financial institutions? And do you see AI supercharging your global domination plans?
I've got some great some board members in the audience too. I think getting to $1 trillion will be very, very difficult. I don't think a financial company has ever hit $1 trillion market cap, but I think it can be done. As you mentioned, there's a lot of new things that are changing rapidly that I think we're on the forefront of. So it's not just growing our brokerage business and expanding it internationally, but it's also agentic finance, and can we build great tools for agents, and can we see a world where that just a lot of the activity, if not the majority, goes in that direction. We're building for that. Can we use the early success of Robinhood Chain to actually make all assets, make everything that you have in the U.S. available to billions of people worldwide, and then we benefit from the tailwind of the rest of the world getting wealthier, and the rise of the global economy as well, by giving them access to things. Private markets, I'm very excited about, and we've seen Robinhood Ventures Fund 1 and now Robinhood Ventures Fund 2, which is beginning the roadshow. So we have the prospectus live, that one focused on early stage. And the goal really with Robinhood Ventures is for us to be there for individual investors to have exposure to companies at the earliest possible stages, but really across the entire life cycle, including early stage. Yeah, and so I think putting all these things together, I see multiple axes that the company could 10x, and I think we're going to pursue all of them.
Yeah, we don't comment on the stock price specifically, but what we've said before is we believe we can 10x the business over the next 10 years, and that's through a lot of the vectors Vlad shared. When you look at assets are the greatest predictor of what's going to happen in financial performance. We're super excited. We're nearly 400 billion today. But if you look at some of our competitors, they've got to tens of trillions of assets. So there's no reason you can't do that. And that's just the core brokerage. Then you go to retirement, which is even a multiple of that. Then you go into banking and crypto, which is even multiples of that. Then you go international. Then you go to B2B. And so everywhere you look at it, it's pretty unique. When most companies go to their adjacent businesses, they tend to be smaller TAMs. For us, it's actually the opposite. As we go to some of these adjacent businesses, they're actually larger. So that allows us to grow. We actually build a 10-year roadmap. And so we have, we look at what we want to do, not just over the next 1 year, the next 5 years, over the next 10 years. And if we execute on that, we have a really cool opportunity in front of us.
And I'll just add that it wasn't long ago that Apple was the first company to hit $1 trillion, and we didn't think it was, that all these companies would be, and now there's $5 trillion companies, and soon we'll have $10 trillion companies. I have no doubt Robinhood will be a $1 trillion company.
Well, thank you.
All right. Let's see. Ahmet, do you want to take a question?
Vlad and Shiv, congrats on a great quarter. I don't know how I'm going to follow up that question.
Congrats on a great hoodie.
It's a nice one here. Very, very nice. Yeah, I mean, look, I think what I'm observing in the quarter, especially as someone who's been kind of looking at the business and the trajectory over the past 5 years, is just really strong engagement. AUM at almost 400 billion. You're seeing the gold attachment rate at 17% of subscribers that are their all-time high on gold subscribers. I guess my broader question is, why do you think the engagement is becoming so strong? Why do you think customers are so willing to adopt the credit card, agentic services, try out meme coins on the Robinhood chain? Like, what about the flywheel is working? And what do you think you can do to sustain
meme coins mentioned
over the next 10 years to hopefully get to that $1 trillion market cap?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think that first off, the products have to be good, right? I mean, we've rolled out a lot of good products. I think the credit card has been really great. Value prop's hard to argue with. 3% cash back on all categories, great UI, virtual cards experience is really, really good. And it hasn't always been. Not all of them. We haven't batted 1,000, right? We've had many versions of the debit card and cash management. If you remember, McDuckling, we called it. It had various iterations before we found success there. But I think what we found is there is a flywheel, right? we get a customer in, they become a gold subscriber. They, after they become a gold subscriber, they look out at all the different products we offer. If those products are competitive with what's on the market or better, they'll adopt them. And then a decent chunk of their earnings, if we get the direct deposit, go into Robinhood. And you know, they spend time on the platform. They use us for, a lot of our customers use us for everything. And so when we add something new, they're likely to see it and take advantage of it. So I think what we have to make sure that we do, and this is not an easy problem, is putting the right products in front of the right customers at the right times, making sure the entire experience is coherent. And that's actually becoming a hard problem because the app is constantly changing. And so the orchestration of all of these things into one story, into one financial tool is becoming an increasing source of focus, because I still think we could do better there. And making sure that all the individual pieces, even if you're not using 10 Robinhood products, each individual one should be world-class as well. I think if we can deliver that, all the individual pieces, and then stitching them together nicely, there's plenty more room.
All right. Thank you, Vlad. As much as we've had a lot of great questions in the room, there are even more people on the phone. And so we're going to start now and shift over to the Zoom Q&A. So the first person asking a question on Zoom is Steven Chubak from Wolf.
Steven.
Hey, good evening, Vlad and Shiv, and thanks for taking my question. Sorry I couldn't be there in person.
You're missing out, man. They were
I know. It's always a fun time, so sorry I couldn't be there. But wanted to ask on the updated expense guidance. At the start of the year, you guided to 18% expense growth, of which 10% or a bit more than half of the growth was really earmarked to support new product launches, 5% to support the core business, 3% for acquisitions. There have been a lot of moving pieces underpinning the new expense guidance. So just wanted to better understand how the buckets have evolved under the new guidance, and whether it still contemplates a similar level of investment to support some of the more nascent growth initiatives.
Yeah, great question. I think the really exciting part is we are able to self-fund a lot of the growth initiatives, so we are still growing. That is not changing. You know, Vlad just shared a lot of the different products and apps we're working on, and so we are still a growth company. But the nice thing is, because we run lean and disciplined, we can self-fund a lot of these. And so you mentioned the 3 different buckets. The short answer is the savings are coming from all of them. So a little bit's coming from the M&A. We're being a little bit more efficient. The new M&A actually wasn't even included in those, so we fully self-funded those. On the core business, the teams are really working hard to make sure they're delivering fast, but also doing it efficiently. So we had some savings there. And then in the new seeds, not only are we making sure that we invested what we started the year, but we've actually added some even relative to where we started. But we put it all together. We're halfway through the year. We're trending well. Our lean and disciplined nature is showing through, so we thought it was the right time to do it. But I think the takeaway
Bitcoin's
is
getting a bounce now as well. It's all lining up, guys. It's all lining up. 63,900 Bitcoin. We bounced nicely here in the last 30 minutes. Let's see if we get a really good push on What If token.
He's a star.
Thank you.
Robinhood just received the MAS license in Singapore, so congrats on that. I think you also have 2 small brokerages that are live in Indonesia. So, you know, the question is, where are you in the product rollout in Asia? What will the rollout look like relative to the U.S. Offering? And also, what countries can you passport into from Singapore?
Yeah, man. Why don't they ask about crypto? Come on, that's what we all want to know about. Crypto and memes.
Our centralized offerings, now that we have the chain and all of the DeFi offerings, you know, we're live in a lot of countries with that.
Someone needs to phone him up now, get on Zoom and ask him about What If.
We did get the approval in Singapore. We are working hard to bring everything that we possibly can within, obviously, what's permissible by regulators over at MAS over there. And I think what we've learned from the UK is it's better to get more at once rather than just launching equities, following up with options, then launching margin. So I think what we're trying to do in subsequent launches is get more of the overall Robinhood ecosystem live at launch. So the team's been working hard on that. They're getting close. And I think that's generally the strategy you should expect us to take in other regions. And again, Singapore we anticipate to be the Southeast Asia and the APAC hub, so we'd be able to passport there from there to lots of other countries in the region. And some of them, like Indonesia, will get direct licensure, depending on just where we see opportunity to go even deeper locally.
All right, thank you, Vlad. The next question is from Alex Markgraf from KeyBank.
Hey guys, thanks for taking the question. Maybe one for both Vlad and Shiv on Robinhood Chain and the DeFi product expansion. I'm curious how you think, Vlad, about how the effort to engage with customers and the touch points change in DeFi products. Does it sort of force you to reevaluate how you interact with customers and capture the minds and wallets of customers? And then Shiv, just on a related note, would be curious if there's anything you can share from a monetization standpoint on how we should be thinking about those relationships versus the sort of CeFi relationships that exist today. Thanks.
I guess I'll start with how to engage with the customers. I mean, my observation is a lot of those customers hang out on Twitter and listen to podcasts, which are two areas that I'm somewhat active in already, much to the chagrin of the great comms and legal and compliance teams that we have. Yeah, so I don't really see a problem. But we're always looking out for more. I'm not so active on TikTok. I don't really. Maybe I'm too old. Maybe I'm too boomerish for that. But if I have to, I'll do it.
No, it's been fun.
I'll do the little dances or what are they?
Yeah, sure. The engagement, as Vlad said, it's actually coming from developers themselves. So when you build a great product, people have to find it. That's one of the beauty of Robinhood. If we launch a great product, just given our scale and distribution, they tend to do well. And then this has just been another example, whether it's DeFi or permissionless or centralized. On the monetization piece, per transaction, we make a few basis points. Not per volume, it's per transaction. Now, it varies depending on the size of the transaction, but just think about it as a few basis points on average. And then we do share, approximately half of it with Arbitrum, who's the level 2 that we built on top of. And so when we starts to get larger and it goes through a couple quarters, we'll break it down more specifically, but think of it as a few basis points on transactions than a 50-50 a rev share.
All right. Thank you, Vlad and Shiv. And we'll see some of those dances later, Vlad. So the next question comes from Brian Bedell at Deutsche Bank.
Great. Thanks. Good evening, Vlad and Shiv. How are you?
Doing well.
Excellent. My question's on Rothera, and with specifically the company financial KPI contracts. With SIBO, filing with the SEC to launch these potentially in the near term. What's the interest in Rothera launching these, in the near term? And then also just in terms of migrating more of the event contracts at Hood now to Rothera, such as NFL, how are you thinking about that game plan for the rest of the year?
Yeah. So on the CBOE financial KPI contracts. So my understanding is those are under the securities-based regime. So I don't know if Rothera would be launching those right now, but obviously, Robinhood is able to connect to a wide variety of counterparties. We have a brokerage business. We also have our FCM business, and of course, Rothera is, a great joint venture that we have with SIG. So that doesn't necessarily mean that we're not going to make all of these products available to customers. I think the products in general are useful. There's interest, and so we always evaluate opportunities for adding new things to the platform.
And then in terms of the flow, what we've shared is, you should expect in the near to medium term, more than the majority or a good portion will flow through Ethereum. We're still making sure it can scale, and after 1 month, it's already doing tremendous volume. But yeah, you should expect that more and more of it will start to go through there.
All right, thank you. The next question is from Patrick Moley at Piper Sandler.
Yes. Hi, guys. Thanks for taking the question. Vlad, I just wanted to follow up on your earlier answer to James's question on perps. I'm just a little confused why you all are not being more aggressive with launching perps in the US. I think a little over a year ago, you submitted a comment letter supporting, CFTC allowing perps in the US. They've opened the door now on a number of products. You have a few of your competitors who are either live or they're moving in that direction. And, what they're really trying to do is become more of a multi-asset class platform so that they can compete, more closely with you. So could you just elaborate on what the source of hesitation is with perps in the US? Are you worried about leverage? Is this, are you worried about cannibalization of other products, or is this a deliberate choice to let others take a regulatory first mover risk? Thanks.
Well, no, I don't think it's any of those things. I think we're in some ways in the fortunate position of having lots of great products that we see huge opportunity in, right? And so the roadmap, just a couple of weeks ago, we launched 13 new products that we're in the process of rolling out. And as Shiv mentioned, we had 2 new businesses just in the past quarter get to 100 million ARR or more, and we see a lot more.
Guys, let me know in the chat, what market cap did you get into What If? We're closing in on 10 million. We just broke above 9 million there. What market cap did you enter? I'm interested to know.
So I wouldn't take that we don't like perps. In fact, we like them quite a bit, and we intend to offer them to our customers. I didn't give you a timeline, but I wouldn't take the absence of a timeline at earnings to mean that we don't intend to be aggressive. I just don't like giving timelines and earnings. That's what our events are for.
All right. The next question is from Ben Budish at Barclays.
Hey, good evening, and thanks for taking my question. Shiv, I was wondering if you could unpack the July commentary a little bit more. You said ADV was trending similar to Q2. I guess on a product-by-product basis, equities, options, should we assume that that's equities similar to Q2, options similar to Q2? And then any color you could share on the take rate. I know particularly for options, that one bounces around a little bit. Crypto, you didn't include in that commentary. Curious, not to make this a multi-parter, but what drove the fee rate improvement in Q2, and then similarly what you're seeing in Q3. So sorry for squeezing a bunch in there, but yeah, any color there would be helpful.
Yeah, happy to, and I'll try to make sure I hit all of them. First, the way you read it was correct. So for July, the ADVs for equities, options, and prediction markets are all in the similar
Bitcoin
area.
pumping 64K. That should push What If up.
On all of those.
That should drag it up.
It's probably
That's
a little
what we
bit
need.
slower than what we saw in Q2, and so it's early in the month, but that's what we're seeing to start. And then for take rates.
And for those of you wondering, there's going to be an
July,
X
they're in a
space on What
similar
If
area to what we
tonight
saw
as
for the
well.
Q2
Straight
average.
after
So
this
I
live
would
stream,
use
there's going to
that
be
as
an
kind of
X
your starting
space.
point. For what drove the improvement, take rates are an output metric. There's a lot of different things that go into them.
So make sure you're following me on X. It's Crypto Archie
It's
YT.
shift, it's volatility, it's the type of contract. For crypto, it's institutional and it's what tier. So lots of moving pieces, but big picture.
It's Crypto Archie YT on X. There's going to be an X spaces discussing What If after this stream.
Average.
All right. Thank you, Shiv. The next question is from Ed Engel at Compass Point.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my question. We know that you're pretty focused on bringing more of the volumes onto Rothera within prediction markets, but we did see some news reports that you're exploring some partnerships with some other exchanges as well. Just kind of high level here. I mean, do you see any opportunity to kind of improve your economics by partnering with different exchanges, or is the focus more to bring more activity just on Rothera?
It's both. And I think, yeah, we're invested in Rothera, and we think that the economics there are great, and we intend to push more flow there. At the same time, we've always been connecting to additional counterparties. You know, we first connected to ForecastX, which is IBKR's DCM. Then we went to Kalshi, then of course Rothera, and so we always are on the lookout for diversifying, making sure our customers have access to multiple options, and we're not reliant on any one individual.
I'm going to pin my X account now in the comments. So no excuses, guys. Make sure to attend the X Spaces. Just gone live for 4.5 hours.
Thanks for taking my question.
And I'm going to be doing Spaces straight after. That is what you call commitment.
Next week, so probably
congratulations.
Here, but looking forward to setting up a Trump account very soon. Probably
congratulations.
Here, but looking for the top of funnel question. Vlad, you said earlier there's more to come. Would love to just kind of hear areas you're focusing on for customer acquisition strategy and focus areas, just generally speaking, going forward there. And then just another part of that, with the pattern day trading elimination or rule elimination, did you see any benefit in the quarter? And is there anything you're doing to try to draw back customers that you might have lost in the past? That'd be great. Thanks.
Yeah, maybe I'll hit top of funnel. You can talk PDT. I think there's a lot of improvements to the product, making sure our onboarding is really clean, particularly, you know, as we get more and more products, and you can sign up for multiple accounts, multiple assets. I think we've been spending a lot of time investing in that, getting customers to share the product with other customers. There's always opportunity there. And of course, we're also looking into, you know, as banking is scaling and we're seeing traction there, as the card is getting north of 1 million card holders, can we make it even easier for folks signing up for brokerage to get the card and turn that into an active driver of growth in the other direction, meaning customers that are getting the card and coming for banking, can we get them into brokerage? And yeah, a lot of those are opportunities that we haven't really explored up until now. So there's just a lot of things that we have conviction in that remain in front of us.
And in terms of the PDT, as a reminder, we're very pleased that the SEC removed the antiquated rule where small balance customers were penalized for the way they're trading. And so really excited for customers there. It was a nice tailwind in June when the rule went through. I think what we're seeing is it's broader across the whole industry. So for regardless of what brokerage, we probably had an outsized benefit relative to our peers, given our customers have smaller balances. And what we're seeing from customers is they're still continuing to come back and adopt it. And so I think it's going to be something that we continue to see a tailwind for, not just this quarter, but
everyone go
quarters.
Repost this tweet.
And
my X account
is
linked.
Tell, you know, what's exactly going to be, but big picture, customers are using it. They're coming back. And we're already seeing it.
My X account is linked in the chat. Let's get this tweet viral.
All right, thank you. The next question, I think, is from Mike Cypress at Morgan Stanley.
Mike?
They were just loading and connecting. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I was my mistake. Chris Allen at KBW. Or perhaps not Chris either. All right, we'll try one more and see if we can get into the Hall of Fame. So going 1 for 3. Next, we have Gav from Wolf Financial.
Hey, Vlad and Shiv. Great to see you guys.
Hello. What's up, dude?
What's going on? My favorites. Doing well, doing well. Super excited to be on here. I wanted to talk for just a second about AI agents and agentic trading. This to me is one of the most fascinating things that you've rolled out in a long time. I've already hooked it up. I've got Claude in there trading. And I could really see this driving additional volumes as it goes on, right? People set up strategies. Now it's trading with them, not even having to be there. And I'm really curious, you know, milestones that you're looking forward towards in terms of agentic trading, and if you think that this could truly swell volumes really beyond the human side of trading. And then in a second part of that, I am curious if you are going to give the AI agentic trading access to prediction.
I think we're about to break out on what if, guys. It looks primed.
On the product side,
I think we're about to break out to 15 million potentially tonight, the way this is looking.
you would have as a human.
There's going to be max FOMO soon. It's just getting started by the looks of it.
It's interesting for us because Robinhood's been kind of traditionally pretty closed off. We've been constraining access through our interfaces. Now we're opening it up. So traders and developers will.
Yo, look at these candles, guys, on what if.
Where it makes sense. And
look at these candles.
Yeah, I'll just say that the team has really been cooking on the agentic stuff. I mean, we're just, yeah, we've got lots and lots of things. You know,
it's breaking above the
early to
resistance,
market,
guys.
but
Trending number 3 on deck screen.
More that can be done. So look forward to sharing more, including at the active trader event. That
Trending number 3 on deck screener and breaking through resistance right now. 15 million is the short-term target. Short-term.
So Vlad, would you like to offer any closing remarks?
Well, first off, thank you for all the engagement, both from institutional, sell side, retail, and our content creators. I'm really proud of the community here that's coalesced around the company, and you should know, as always, the team's been working incredibly hard. The roadmap is like really full, and there's a lot to do. So hopefully see some of you at the next Hood Summit in Houston, Texas. Thank you.
Okay, there we go. That is the end of the earnings call from Robinhood. So meme coins were mentioned. Meme coins were mentioned. Someone asked a question on meme coins, and Vlad himself, without really being prompted, I don't think, mentioned how he likes memes. Or was he prompted? I can't remember. But either way, it doesn't matter. He mentioned meme coins, or he mentioned that he likes memes. Also, there was a sneak peek towards Cash Cat. I don't know if you guys saw that. Cash Cat came up. So that is pretty crazy how they basically indirectly shilled Cash Cat through the Robinhood wallet on the demonstration. So a lot of bullish stuff to take away from that, but what if right now is looking absolutely primed. It's just pushed past a previous high. Let me pull the chart up here. There we go. So what if it's just broke past the previous range high? We've now broken above that resistance zone. Everyone said, right, third time lucky, we'll break above it, and it seems to have played out. Now we're going for 10 million, and after 10 million, it's all-time highs. It's all-time highs, and once you hit all-time highs, you're in price discovery. My short-term target remains 15 million. Everyone, my short-term target remains 15 million, and that's just short-term. That could happen in a night. That could happen in a few hours. That could happen very, very quickly once we break 10 million. Once we break 10.5 million, I see that target getting hit very, very quickly. So that's the short-term target. Long-term, it's actually limitless where this thing can go. But we're trending number 3. Memes were mentioned from Vlad during the earnings call. He said he likes memes. That's the key takeaway. FOMC was neutral, maybe even slightly bullish considering they didn't hike, and the chances of a hike in September have decreased. So the key takeaway today, guys, is that we're looking bullish. We're looking good. I think we're going to get a good end to the month. Bitcoin's pushing up a bit now after a decent sized drop after the FOMC. So yeah, all in all, guys, I'm very optimistic. This has been the longest live stream I've ever done on the channel. We're live now. We've been live for 4 hours and 35 minutes. Longest live stream ever. And there's going to be an X Spaces coming up shortly where I'm going to be discussing what if. So make sure to be on that X Spaces. It's going to be great. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be starting straight after this stream. I cannot wait. Thank you guys all for tuning in. It's been a great stream. Looking bullish overall. What if is looking primed. Robinhood Chain's looking primed. And, you know, FOMC I didn't think was too bad either. Check out the VIP group, link down below. I haven't really talked about it. Been live for 4.5 hours, and I think I mentioned it once. So make sure to check out the VIP group, link down below. There's a discount code if you use the code WHATIF, all one word. WHATIF did a 200x plus for the members, and I believe it's going to be 1,000x in terms of gains pretty shortly. So yeah, guys, check out the VIP, join the Discord, and make sure you follow me on X so that you don't miss the upcoming spaces on What If. Thank you, everyone who's joined me. It's been a great stream. Appreciate everyone who's been here the whole time as well. It's been an eventful day, and it seems like we're heading up. Goodbye.